So, I fumbled a couple things and we are a minute or so late, so I'm just gonna skip the starting soon nonsense today. No real need for it. We're just gonna go straight in, and it is my intention to try to just power through as much as we can. As much as I'm enjoying this game, I do kind of need to free up the schedule a little bit because things have been getting a little funky as far as that goes. Which, got a couple things I need to clear off the schedule, really, but one problem at a time. We ended up hitting the beacon in here, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. This way. I do admittedly only partially remember what we were doing last time. So, that's gonna lead to some slight complications. Like, obviously our priority target is getting all the beacons. But beyond that... I'm immediately reminded why I don't like these voices of Vision. Then again, not the biggest fan of this area in general because of the weird barriers everywhere, but, you know, we can work around those at least. Okay. Yeah, Music Man's behind one of these walls. Sapphire God's Altar. I should have healed before running in here. That good old hindsight. It's kind of funny hearing his music go off as we jump in this room. This is confusing the game a lot. This was definitely a hell of a situation to put myself in to start a session, huh? Yep. Yep, this sure was a choice. I did this to myself. So am I crazy, or did we have 3 heal charges for some reason? Now we don't. Huh. Weird. Huh? Help, help, I'm stuck. What happened? Oh, thank the Sapphire God. I was starting to doubt if anyone would hear me. Part of my house fell on me when I was doing some experiments. I might have miscalculated the amount of exploding mushroom powder I used. May I ask who I'm talking to exactly? Harlow. I'll try to find a way in. Hang on. Nice to meet you. No, hear you, Harlow, and thanks. My name is Lazarus, by the way. You can say I'm a scientist, an amateur one, but you do have to start somewhere. Yeah, you know, a name like Lazarus, very trustworthy. Yep, nothing to worry about there. I'm sure everything's gonna be just fine if we help this scientist out. I need something I don't have. Well, Lazarus, you're just gonna have to hold that thought a second. I need to go back and get one of the gas-spewing creatures I have in order to open that. I do kind of wish I could rotate through all my forms on the go instead of needing to come back to one of these to get them. Because it really doesn't seem like it would end up causing a major issue. It just is an inconvenience. So it's one of those, I'm not super opposed to it, but it's just like, it could just be a quality of life choice. It's one of those, we had already bypassed the challenge involved here, so there we go. Why he has one of these weird laser things in the way of his house beyond me. Yeah, you know, this housing layout really makes me trust Lazarus less and less. Not gonna lie. Oh hey, I made the right choice, I guess. Oh, you're not from around here, but never mind that. Think you could clear the rubble near the door? Oh yeah, I guess I wouldn't have been able to go in from the other side, yeah. We did it. I'm almost glad my call for help wasn't heard by another devout. I'm half certain they would have left me here to die. Not the nicest neighbors. Why would they leave you here? Let's just say they're no fans of my research. I did cause the cave-in the other day that barred the way to the Sapphire Shrine. That was an accident, I swear. Sorry, everyone. But now I'm good. I can get out and I can get back to my experiments. Thanks for your help, friend. Here's a shiny rock for my collection. I hear it's valuable, but not as valuable as science. Laurentium. Neat. Well, not the most worthwhile side quest, but, you know, it was there. And it was easy to do. Goddamn. There we go. What's down here? Ah, a lot of exploding mushrooms that we can pop in order to finish Poison Chalice. Excellent. Apparently I can't go back up through that. Interesting. I guess that would have been your way to see that there was an area down there. This area is also still not golden bordered, but I'm not gonna stress over that. I am, however, very interested in going back and turning in the Poison Chalice quest before I forget. And then we'll go back to that arena and try to get our money and such back. If you're thinking I'm doing this to give myself an excuse to get warmed back up to the controls again before I do that fight again, you would be correct. Hang on, I noticed something weird. Okay, there we go. Twitch was of a weird two minds about whether I was live or not there, and I was kind of confused. So I needed to make sure. Because the preview didn't start. So it was convinced I was offline as far as that was concerned. Which is always a little weird. So I just gave the dashboard a quick kick and now it's all working as intended. It's important not to kick your equipment too hard, but now and then it needs to be taught. I hope we don't actually need... No, we don't need to properly swim here. Because I just realized I hadn't put the fish back on the lineup yet. So if I needed it, it would have been very awkward. Hindsight being 2020, I shouldn't have swapped out the movement ability for the area. Huh. I need to climb up through that middle bit in order to get where I'm trying to go. Do I need to go up that side or this side? Or are they... No, all roads lead to Rome. Kinda figured as much. Where's Ezrine? Look, there's a letter on the ground. My research is complete. The spores from the exploding mushrooms were less intense, but my allergies are still killing me, so I went back home. But I bother you with something else. As I was packing camp, I noticed I misplaced my house key. I live with my sister, and she has a spare key. She's doing research in any Sir Prug and has a spare key. Could you look for her? Thanks, Harlow. How does she go looking for her sister? It's not like she can get home without the key. Honestly, I prefer she stays near a safe place. NC Sir Prug's definitely isn't safe. There's more to the letter. Yes, I forgot to tell you my sister's name. It's Barbara. She looks like me, but less pretty. Ouch, their sister's alright. Yeah, that checks out. Okay, so that's this area cleared up. I was kind of hoping to get at least a reward from doing that. But apparently that was a complete and utter misunderstanding on my part. I don't even know if we've been to... Oh! Well, that's not that bad, at least. We can actually warp right over there. So, I don't think... Yeah, my nearest teleport one's over there. Actually, yeah, it's not that bad to get to. Uncertain how much I care at the moment, though. Since we can clean that up at any time, since I do have a warp point right next to it. There really wasn't a point to blowing up that mushroom. That was just spite at that point. We'll touch the save point that's in here right quick and fix the fact that we don't have the fish on hand. And then we'll head on back down to where that fight was. And hopefully do a better job this time. You know, having a death in the first 10 minutes is a real great sign of how this is going to play out. Assuming I don't need those gas things anymore, because it was enough of a surprise that we needed one to begin with. No, we tend to get a voice of vision every time we need one, so I'm not gonna worry about carrying one around. Because that form's just not that good otherwise, since it's stationary and its attacks aren't that great. They hit hard, but they're not exactly effective overall. Aside from against me, they're incredibly effective against me. But I am not my own target, usually. Then again, they're not even dangerous because of their attacks. They're dangerous because of the contact damage I keep eating on the chin because I'm re-getting used to the spacing in this game. Case in point right there. Avoided the attack only to slam my face into them. Open up. One down. And done. Okay. Very nearly went poorly, and if you're wondering why I didn't heal, I didn't want to risk bad timing getting me killed. Oh good, another laptop that I am curious about but not especially interested in. I feel like there's another room in here somewhere. Considering we hear music, man. We must be missing something. So we'll quickly activate that. No, it's not attached to this room. Whatever it is we're supposed to be doing. I'll go ahead and scream again just to make sure it resets. Assuming that that resets that way. Okay. Must be another way into that area over there. So you're telling me I died for a dead end and a laptop? Good. Good. This was clearly worth it. This means I need to go all the way up in order to go around. Which is fine. It's mildly inconvenient, but not the end of the world. I will say, there's a very real part of me that is not looking forward to going back to the top section of the map that we were at before with all the lasers and upsetting things like that. Not that we're gonna have a choice, but, you know. If we want to finish the game, we are gonna have to go back there at some point. Unless I very drastically have misjudged the pathing this game's gonna require. Which is not an impossible thing to have had happen. But it would take a fairly drastic misunderstanding, I think, for it to end up that way. And I say that because there's a world in which that area was in fact completely optional, and it would explain some of the difficulty we had in that area. But something in my head's telling me that it's not true that it's optional. Like something just is misaligned with that thought in my head. This is where we gain the ability to paddle. And since we're here, we may as well use the warp to go turn in the poison quest, I guess. Because we happen to be at one of my fast travel points. And then we'll come back, do pay it forward. I'm realizing that there's no point in doing anything else over here other than that, because this is all dead end. We're done down here. Aside from going up this way through either of these paths. So it really depends on how much I care about this side quest over here. Which admittedly over here only really leads to another side quest until we get all the way over there. So that is also a thing. Oh yeah, the note for the Ferox geysers over there. I'm just reminding myself what's what right now. Yeah, let's go ahead and just turn that in, at the very least. We could check in at town, but I don't really see a need to at the moment. I think the most we'd be able to do is get like one upgrade, if that. And that just doesn't seem that worth it to me right now. Sorry, Harlow, I had to step away from the gloomy burrows. My allergies were killing me. But I was able to complete my research thanks to you. I'd give you your reward right now, but I don't have the key. My sister has it. I think she was doing her research in NC Sir Prug. Could you look for her, please? Okay. So that didn't actually help at all. I figured since she was there, maybe she would give me something more useful to work with. Because the problem is, unless it was mentioned where that place was, since, you know, everybody else seemed to recognize it, and I've forgotten, I have no idea where the hell she is. And the only quest marker for Poison Chalice is where we just went. So that's not ideal. So it must be an area we haven't been to. That's gonna be my assumption at the moment. So our two options to go forward at the moment are to go through the last bit of dunes of time over here, gain access to whatever's in this part, which may or may not be the same as what's connected to Barrow Excavation here. Yeah, you know what? I will go turn in the... Or at the very least progress this side quest over here while we are in easy access to it. I was torn on that one because I feel like it's not going to be worth it, but... At the same time, we did enough steps of it already, we may as well finish the job. You what? You fucking what? So you're telling me there's some access point in here, somewhere, despite the fact that we... What? Well, never mind. Worry about that later, then. I have to assume there's something in here I missed. I just don't know what. We'll go ahead and use the bridge section over here since we can swim now. Because it'll be quicker to get to, in theory. Oh, right. There's an invisible wall here for the reasons. I figured that invisible wall would only be there when you couldn't swim. Apparently, it's just always there, so I guess that's an access point for if you swing back and there's gonna be an item there then? That seems stupid. Okay, whatever. We'll just go this way then. Technically, this is shorter. I say technically purely on the basis of there may be some annoying things in the way of getting there that I did not account for because of the fact that I have forgotten a lot in the, like, week-ish. Hey there, Callista. How's it going? Hopefully you've recovered further from that cold. Nice. Okay, to get where we're going, I think we just need to go this way, from what I remember, because we extended the bridge already, so we don't need to go up and around. Now, okay, there's the path up. I was gonna say it's just a matter of finding the way up, but we found it very easily. And yeah, as I figured, these rooms were connected. Which is why I didn't anticipate there being a difference between going into one or going into the other. Lo and behold, I was half right. The main difference was we couldn't physically enter the other side. Still can't pass through those. To my knowledge, anyway. Ow. I really figured the pivoting over here would have brought me to the doorway for that section. Turns out I turned too early. And this room is taller than I thought. Okay, we got a random person just standing here. And an invisible wall. Okay. You're not a devout. What are you doing on this side of the broken bridge? Exploring, but mostly I think I'm looking for who I am. Oh, that's deep. You have a moment? I have some questions and would like a new perspective. Other devouts all say the same thing. My father's pretty much the leader of the devout. He's always taught me to love the Sapphire God and only the Sapphire God. But I find this love so one-sided. Sometimes I'd just like to be on the one receiving love. Is that so selfish? Should this kind of relationship go both ways? I don't think it's selfish to seek mutual love. Sounds like you're not very happy where you are right now. No, I guess I'm not. This place here is where I've been my happiest lately. One day I found a bottle drifting by the bridge. I opened it and found a message from a known writer. I found it amusing and started writing back. Before I knew it, I found myself coming here every day. My correspondent keeps writing of the beauties outside Barrow Mountain. They even talked of a small coastal city, Blightmoor. Do you know of it? Yes, I do know of it. I even know they would welcome you if you ever wanted to leave. Maybe you'll find what you're missing in Blightmoor? Yeah, I thought so too. Thanks for this, Arlo. I'll send this last bottle and be on my way. Can't wait to see what life outside Barrow Mountain's like. Well, we got another villager for Blightmoor. No idea if he'll stick around, but, you know, we sent somebody on their way at least. That town needs all the help it can get. Hey there, Gita, how you doing? There we go, clear all that out. I don't even need to be breaking those anymore, I just don't want to get knocked into one of them and have that turn into a whole thing. You're not dead, I know that. Cheeky bastard. I disagree with that, not making contact. Hello? So far I'm alright. Still living that perpetually tired life, but you know, that's never gonna change. Well, yeah, you know, things always change. Just becomes a question of whether they change for the better or the worse. I assume you've been preparing for them, so I'm sure you'll do fine. Understandable. Like, without even context of what your specific literature class is like, literature finals are never fun. It's so weird that some of these guys shoot just in a direction rather than at me. I figured since there was a gap in the gas that there'd be something here. That's fantastic. We needed more memento sockets. For those that may have missed other sessions, mementos are these items over here, which have been giving us a lot of very, very powerful benefits. So having more space to fit those is going to be very important. It's not quite enough for us to get anything incredible equipped, but it helps. And I also can't change those unless I'm at a save point, so I can't even put on one of the ones we could fit right now. Nope, can't pass through that. I feel like there's something over here. Well, I was right. Not sure why this is over here, but apparently it's important, so I'm glad I grabbed it. We need a charging cable for something, apparently. I don't know if I forgot what I needed it for, or we just didn't run into it yet. But we'll find out. Well, the music changed, and we're in a different area. Sentinel Complex, I presume? Since we have a side quest near here that involves the Sentinel Complex, I would presume that's this area. Oh, I see air currents. I suspect those are gonna be our gimmick for this area. Oh, gonna hate that, but we'll deal with that in a minute. I see a save point. I'd rather touch that before messing with any air currents. Now, the important question in my mind is this all one area that leads over to that place where the beacon is? Or is there multiple areas here? Because this mentions military complex. And since they both say complex, I feel like these are the same. This is all going to be just a long stretch leading to that beacon, but can't guarantee that. No idea what's behind this door, but I bet at my eye it's full of dangerous weapons. This is where they engineered the Sentinels, you see. Maybe there's a clue on how to get inside in the ruins of Annecy. Records show that poor village was destroyed by those mechanical monstrosities. That's twice we've had Annecy brought up. Is Annecy over here? Over here? Because, like, this whole area was ravaged by machines. So it's possible the village is, like, over here. But I can't guarantee anything on that one. Because, you know, God forbid anybody tell us where the village is, or I suppose more accurately was. Just all mention it in ominous tones, and it's like, yep, that happened. Also just realized there's no music suddenly.
I started blasting. Bang! Wow. Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed.
Gotta blast everything. Always. Where did the music go? I feel like the music wasn't supposed to leave. No, I said everything. Oh, I don't have to hit those. I just bounce on those. Okay. That works. Bang. Bang. We're also in another different area. Oh, there we go. I was right the first time. This is where Annecy Sir Prug is. Good to know. I don't like the look of the weird, like, virus things. I feel like touching them would be a bad idea. Okay, I can punch them and it's fine. There you go. There's your method of combating disease. Just punch it. It'll totally work out. Punch them viruses. I'm glad you could make it as well. Okay, I still bounce on that. There we go. Ah, I see. It was a trap. Oh no. A trap that really did not work out for them at all. Okay, I can't bounce off of those. Can bounce off of that. Yeah, I knew inevitably I was gonna catch one of those with my face. Thanks for being a platform, you fool. Aha. Hey. I didn't say you could have a friend. Okay, we would have to go this way to connect those. That's fine. I see what's ahead of me as well, thanks to the mini-map, and I'm not a fan of what I see, but we'll figure it out. Maybe we won't, because I think we can't make that right now. I think that's out of our jump reach. Unless... Aha! I'm gonna need to stay in that form. Alright. Or maybe I don't. I feel like that's too far to make. Yep. Okay. So I think we're out of luck on that one right now. I think that one's gonna have to wait till later. Let's go ahead and slap a pin here to remind me to come back at some point. When we gain either a form that jumps better or a ability that lets us jump better. Another save point over here. There's a structure of some kind here, so this might be a good place to put a waypoint. Oh, that's our last one, though. Damn it. It might have been better to put it here. Then again, we don't have one particularly close in here either. How did I really run out of all of those? Oh no, I'm not low on them, it just only uses one. Okay, it was messing with me. We're fine. Everything is fine. This way we can heal. We may as well apply one of the mementos. We've got 2 space, so it's either the magnet, the extra money, or damage reflection. And at the rate we're going, I'm gonna take the extra money because I'm sure we're gonna need a lot of money before too long. This is not what I was expecting. I'm glad I put a waypoint here, because this is... I expected this to be like a small interior leading to an NPC or something. That is clearly not what this is. Fornax storage. Oh, this is a shortcut to the Forbidden Plains, though. I thought I recognized the change in color. Interesting. So that's a shortcut from here to here. Huh. So we could have gotten to here if we had just managed to keep going up here as well. Which would have led to Sentinel Complex and then led to all of this. Okay, so that's good to know. There's actually 2 paths that lead to the same place. That's good design. I like that. I always appreciate when they give you a split path that will both lead to the same progress eventually, but give you different results along the way, instead of just shoehorning you down a singular path. Of course, now we gotta deal with these weird things again. There we go. Parasling. Small parasite that lives in sentinels, both active and inactive. It throws its babies at living creatures so they latch onto unsuspecting prey and feed on them. Oh, good. Everybody loves a good parasite, right? Okay, looks like I have to jump across all of these. I can't shortcut it. Oh, and I need to be one of those weird parasite flinging things. Oh. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Eh. Okay, I can make that jump. I was a little concerned for a second there. Make sure to always claim the corpses, because we're gonna need every upgrade we can get. Okay, it's gonna be a maze, I guess. Whoa! I think I went the wrong way. Something just gives me the sneaking suspicion that that went the wrong way. Though with the amount of them that output there, maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. It's a hell of a network of tunnels down here. I know there's a missing kid somewhere around this vicinity. Whether they're down in here or if they're back where we were before, I don't know. Okay, you can go out of that diagonally. Good to know. You can also slam into spikes like a fool. That's definitely always an option. Worth it. Okay, they're shooting that way. I hadn't looked ahead yet, so I didn't know whether they were going to shoot towards me with one and down with the other or whatnot. Welcome to Laser Funland. Population a lot less fun than implied. Definitely population a lot more parasites, though. Which I suppose is the para part of parasling, huh? You know, that makes nothing but sense. Disassembled amalgam. None of that. And none of your nonsense either. I'm glad I chose to stand here. Bunk. This might be the missing kid, actually. Yeah. Hey, hello, are you Grayson? Yes, how'd you know my name? Your mother, Carmelina, sent me to look for you. I'ma send you? Are you a hero? I'm Harlow, but I do have a secret. Can you keep a secret, Grayson? Uh-huh. In reality, I'm Blue Mask, the Sentinel Vanquisher. Really? Wow, a real hero. But your mask isn't blue. That doesn't matter. What matters is that I vanquished Sentinels. I need a brave sidekick to get out of here. Can you be brave, Grayson? Yeah, I want to be a hero too. I can be brave. You don't really look like you can be brave, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Great, then come on with me, brave sidekick. You'll be back with your mother in no time. What do you know? Harlow is surprisingly good with kids. Today we learned. So you're telling me there was a shortcut through that the entire time? Well... does this still hurt me? No, it doesn't. Okay. Since it was kind of nasty water, I wasn't sure if it applied with the same rules as regular water or not. We need to actually be able to bring parasling over here, because we can't pass through these without being a parasling. And we did gain the ability to use that form freely, but I don't have it equipped right now. Now, if I break that, does that open me up any options to get a parasling over there? No, because I can't climb that high as a parasling, so I would need to come back after equipping parasling. As I say that enough times that the word loses meaning. Once again. Though I suppose it only has meaning in this universe anyway. So we have access to this room, which we've been in before. Realistically, I should just go back. In fact, actually, there's two reasons for me to go back. One, I can go back across the train, use our fast travel, and immediately end up over here to turn in the quest. Two, we're supposed to be doing a bunch of things over here, and we have no other purpose for being up here that we know of currently. So I think that makes more sense in terms of finishing the game. In terms of sating my curiosity, I arguably should stay here. But I also didn't like this area that much with the lasers and giant robots trying to kill me constantly. So I may or may not also been looking for an excuse to turn around and leave. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. So we can quickly just use this upgraded save point to pop back up here, which feels very weird, but you know. Fair, fair. My son has returned. He's here. He's safe, all around and cute and lovable. He keeps talking of a blue mask and refuses to tell me who it was or their secret identity. But he did describe what looks like you, so I'm going to assume you're the one who saved him, so thank you. I'm really grateful. You have no idea how much he means to me. We'll forever be in your debt. You're welcome, but you should really leave this place as quickly as possible. Yes, we'll make our way to Blightmoor. We should be alright now. Come visit us if you're ever in Blightmoor. You'll always be a welcome guest. A mask. Thanks for your help. Your secret's safe with me. Bye-bye. There we go. And I'll be honest, before I started streaming, I have given up on more games than I could count. Streaming has helped me actually finish things a lot more, as it's partially a means of keeping myself accountable. We'll go ahead and use this save point to get back down there, having completed that side quest and gained very little, really. I assume we have to chase them down in Blightmoor in order to get an actual reward. In fact, let me take a look at the map for a second. Yep, there they are marked on the map over there now. So we'll deal with that when we return to town later. You know, I probably could have put two and two together if I'd paid attention to the sign right there. Too busy moving to look at signs. Interesting, if you dash into one of those, you don't bounce. That might come in handy later, actually. So I'm gonna need to keep that in mind. You would be the sister, I presume. Ah, you startled me. I wasn't expecting to meet anyone else in this forest. Oh wait, Aren't you that stranger that goes around helping people? It's just a rumor my sister told me. Sorry if it's not true. It's not untrue. I have been helping a lot of people. Oh, thank the great flower. Could you lend me your help? I'm researching the flora of Easter Prague, and I found something dangerous. Have you seen those small floating spore balls? They hinder the growth of every other plant around. Could you destroy a bunch of them? This sounds a lot like what your sister asked me to do. God damn it. Now I gotta break 50 of those. You're lucky I like prizes. And I assume they will reward me for my efforts. Now, we do have one small problem. If I jump down there, I'm gonna take damage. So... how do I get out of here? Ah, okay, there's a higher spot over here. Which also explains why it seemed like there was a dead end up above us as well. Understood. Ow. That used to be my skull. It's a good thing I can turn into a liquid already. Now, what's up here? I mean, if they're right here, I'm gonna break them. Basically the same thing I did for the exploding mushroom quest. If they happen to be in front of me, I'll destroy them. Otherwise, I'm not really gonna worry about it. I don't know if I like that arrow that's there. That's different than anything else we've seen. Okay, so we're in Easter Prague proper. I need this, but okay, good, I can still wall climb with this form. Wait. Oop. So where does this lead? Okay, so this is a way to sneak around in this area. Okay, they give you one that you can biomorph into, so you're guaranteed to be able to pass through these pipes. That's important. They clearly expect you to use it to fight these enemies as well, and that ain't happening. That form isn't that great for fighting. There's a creep somewhere. No? Flying creep. Close enough. I keep thinking those will die in one punch. They'll die from one of those, though. Money. More importantly, the ability to go through this room. Doesn't look like I need this anymore. Well, never mind. I do need that because I can't go that way yet. I need a key card or something. So that's the end of that idea. I mean, we could use it to go up through here and get back into that section quicker, I guess. Sure. Now, is there anything actually important over here? Or am I just chasing a complete red herring? Bait it. Don't know if climbing this is gonna do anything. Nope. Turns out it definitely didn't do anything. Good to know. I also forgot to collect the other one to make sure that I got credit for it. So let's grab that right quick. There we go. One more and we'll get an upgrade for it. Those upgrades do only affect those forms though, so it's not like a huge deal to go get. But if it's there, you know, I may as well. There's no reason not to. Especially with how often the game seems to expect me to use that form around here. Which is an interesting thought when you connect it with the fact that we primarily were using that form up here. But they are connected with the Sentinels, and the Sentinels are what destroyed Ansari Prug, so it makes sense that they would be in both places. Part of me debated putting a fast travel up there, and that's why I stopped for a second. That and taking a drink. But it's very close to our other fast travel, so I don't really see a point. I'm trying to have at least like 3 screens between each of the fast travels I place. Hello. So they have a triple jump. They made the spikes disappear. Okay, they've got a similar mechanic to the visions from the purple area, whose name escapes me right now because I didn't think about that area that much. Wherever these flames are, it seems like we can screech and make something change. And I guess it's a ghost of somebody who was here when the Sentinels destroyed everything. Considering the teleporting, the flames, and the general spookiness. Oh yeah, and the levitating. Can't forget the levitating. Hey, I guessed correctly. I can speak to the dead. Run! Everybody run! The Sentinels are here. The Sentinels are... Oh, huh? Where are the Sentinels? Where's everybody? Where's Letha? I don't know about those last two, but there's no active Sentinels around. Oh, right. I see that. Have I seen you somewhere before? You look oddly familiar, but I may be wrong. Sorry, I'm just so tired. I feel like I've been warning people and screaming about incoming Sentinels for decades. Well, funny story about that, actually. Anything I can do to help? Yes, I don't think I can move around too much as I am now. Did you look for Letha? She's my younger sister. I told her to follow our neighbor, Abelia. You maybe want to start at her house. You gonna tell me where her house is? I mean, I guess you technically did, because I see it marked on my map, so good enough. I want that. I see that item. Now I want that item. Oh, I think I might see... No? The reason I went for that is you see that curve where that yellow section ends? It almost looked like there was an indentation to slide in there. What I think it's gonna be is I have to go all the way around and into the house from a different angle. And then eventually I find my way to that room. Considering it's all one big building there. Does this hurt things? It does. It actually hurts them a lot. I can't notice this one didn't leave a corpse. Wait. You know, on that note, I just realized how dumb a sentence that kind of is. Why would a ghost leave a corpse? Oh, it's over here. There we go. We need 9 of them to gain the ability to be one of these whenever we want to. Oh. I think I understand. It's switching between what it currently is and what it was before this whole thing happened. That's exactly how that works. That's actually kind of a fascinating trick. Which also explains why we can turn it on and off, though. Because, like, we restored the bridge to what it was before the Sentinels destroyed that. Move that wall. Because basically we're able to bring things back and forth between what the spirit remembers and what reality is. For question mark reasons. There's a ghost here we could talk to if we just had the form on hand. We can't bring the form from room to room, so A, we gained it in here, or B, we need to wait till we can bring it around on our own. Oh, we can't actually go in here. So we probably need to be able to talk to that ghost to get in there. So we'll have to go around. Another bridge. Out of range. Here I was trying to be clever. Got the wrong one. Hang on. There we go. 4 more. Honestly, I may keep this form around on a regular basis anyway, just if for nothing else because of the triple jump it has. This would also allow us to get past that area we were looking at before, the one with the jump I couldn't make. Hey, was that trap? It is fascinating also how none of the traps and such exist for them. Hey, Xeno. How goes? I'm a ghost. Wait. Oh, no, I just realized something. I'll explain after I deal with these guys. Always a good idea. I don't want to overdo it. Collect that one. What I realized, though, that might be an issue with my plan of using this form to get us across these gaps here, is these swinging sections aren't going to exist while we're in that form. So I'm going to have to swap back and forth in the air if I want to use that to get across this area. Doable, but I'm not sure that's necessarily the way they want you to do that. That's gonna be how I'm gonna end up doing it, probably. Because that's how I be, but... realizing things as we go, as usual. How do I get into that house? Because we went through everything we could get to up there, right? Because there was just the money up here. Unless there's something I have to do up here as a ghost, but I need to be able to do the liquid metal movement, so I would have to be able to turn back into a ghost after going up there. No guarantee that any of that's true. That's just old theory that's forming in my head right now for it. We'll worry about that later. Busted up tractor. More obvious places where I need a ghost. Come on. Really? You wouldn't even take the bait of me healing in front of you, huh? Splat. What? I'm sorry, what? How did dying make you stronger? That's not how that works. It's what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, not what does kill you. I guess he explodes because he continues to grow, but he can't, so he explodes. Something like that. What on earth am I meant to do here? And I feel like this is built for me to have picked up ghost form enough already. Because we can't make any progress in this room without it. Well, no, it must be something up here. Yep, there's the ghost we need. Okay. Come along. Oh god, there's ghost tractors. What do I do here? I assumed I was supposed to, like, put Tractor Soul back into Tractor, but that doesn't work, apparently. So, I don't understand. Ow. You know, ignoring the concept of a tractor having a soul in the first place, because that's a whole other question mark. But I feel like that's doing nothing when it's supposed to be doing something. I just don't know what the something it's supposed to be doing is. Also, totally not getting tired of that screaming sound constantly or anything. That almost was disastrous. I have a plan. Damn it. The plan mostly worked. This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about with that other area. So I guess this is your tutorial on swapping in situations like that. And I guess those tractors with the flames around them are meant to be your warning that the death tractors are around. Apparently they flash blue when I hit them, so maybe something would happen? I don't know. I'm not convinced that that's doing anything meaningful. Anything under the bridge before I fix the bridge? No, that is actual ground. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and fix that. I'm just not even dealing with that creep because it's not worth it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. If I swapped to that, I then couldn't swap back immediately. So all I've done is upset myself, and this is not surprising. All in the name of making sure I had the points toward the upgrades. Well, we're leaving this room anyway. This is probably a decent point to put a fast travel down as well. Just making sure I have decently spaced out warp points. Which, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I do really appreciate that they let you place your own fast travels, instead of having to rely on the devs to place them wherever they feel is correct. More games need to let you do that. So, multiple devs also need to understand that their games will survive having fast travel in them. It's another case of, it is a player choice option. It will not inherently ruin your game to have a convenience tool available to your player base. As it is, at that point, the player's decision to use it or not. But I'm also not going to sit here and beat on that old drum right now, because we've had that discussion before. We've had multiple variants of that discussion before. So the only point on that is, let more things be player choice. You don't have to make sure everything is hard locked and hard set from the word go. That's the main crux of that entire discussion. And that's really all that needed to be said there. Goddamn Ghostbuster room over here is gonna be the death of me if I ain't careful. Ain't afraid of no ghost. Anyway, give me that back. Feel like I'm gonna need it. Yep. Yep. Oh, well, this is probably important, so it's probably for the best that I fell down here. What do we got? Liquefaction rush. Press R2 and L to dash in any direction. That's actually going to be incredibly useful. Case in point, I assume you're intended to use it to get up here. That's gonna be really handy. Because we may not have a double jump, but that's as good as one in multiple situations. And that opens up a shortcut. I also just realized this room is goddamn huge. just need to feel the need to point that out, that room is so goddamn big. But yeah, the trick is you can do things like that now. I can use the triple jump on this guy and then liquefaction rush to have even more aerial coverage. Even more reason why I'm probably going to be keeping this form on the roster all the time once we gain the ability to turn into it on our own. Because this is basically our mobility form going forward. Until we find a better one that, like, flies or something. Oh, there we go. We actually managed to do that quest without having to go hit multiple copies of any of them. So that's good. Unlike the other one, where we had to go redo a couple of them. There we go, Ombre Blanche. Friends with the Corps' enemies, the farmers of Annecy never gave their allies away. They paid for this loyalty with their lives. Over time, resentment against the invading Sentinels became a blind hatred of outsiders. And that checks out. Go ahead and grab the extra copy. Looks like a defense buff is what we'll be getting when we get 13 of them. What? There we go. Make the bridge exist. Nothing up there? Okay. Very good. Do not be alarmed by my spectral appearance. I'm glad Inez wants to help me research Annecy's history, but I can't shake the feeling her mind isn't into it. Raymond seems to be doing well with his research, but I still haven't found her, any trace of her for that matter. Okay, so you have your own purposes in mind. That's not a shock. So maybe, you know, they should have a discussion about what their purposes are going into this rather than hiding that from each other. Crazy idea, I know. God damn it. Let's just open a shortcut. Oh, leads to a cat. Jojo, with plenty of love to give, this Scargato never leaves Mem's side. Except when he does, but it's most likely he's lost again. There we go. Now we can loop back when we need to. Is there anything out in the distance this way? Nope. Just pain. Oh yeah, this room is in fact a dead end, huh? Probably should have checked that before jumping out into the distance. But it's not golden bordered yet, so there's something else in this room. Probably pertaining to this fan. Which I don't know how works, so that's a thing. We probably need another form to be able to interact with those properly. Or we just needed to not be a ghost, and I made a terrible mistake trying to use it as a ghost. Who knows? Anything tucked in the corner up here? No. All I know is we're leaving this spot here for the time being. Because we don't know what the deal with those two is, and we also have many other matters to be about right now, including getting down to this control beacon, which is one of 2 remaining ones, I think? Yeah, because the other one's up here in the capital. And then we've touched all of the beacons. I'm glad I poked my nose up there, though, because if we hadn't, we wouldn't have air dashing in multiple directions. Well, that was an unfortunate landing. Yeah, I should do that once I grab this. Sentinel Complex access card. An access card dropped by the engineer fleeing the senseless carnage. It opens the door to the Sentinel Complex. I don't know why that would be here in particular, but we have it now, I guess. I guess maybe some of the engineers behind the Sentinels lived here and got caught in the crossfire. What I was thinking about was going back to the warp point here and then warping over to turn this in to get that loose end taken care of before we go too far. And I'm torn. Let's keep going, because I don't think it's going to keep going much farther. At least on the horizontal. Yeah, there's at least one more. There we go. Cleaned up nicely. He's scrim. He's scrim lots. Go, fix the bridge. Huh. Also, apparently these don't harm me in any way. Don't know if that's only not harming me because I'm a ghost, or if they just don't harm you at all. Could go either way with that one, really. Big zoom out. Oh, what's behind this door? The Sentinels never got to breach it open. Maybe a way to destroy the world. Maybe a way to save it. Only way to find out is to see what lies within. But how do we open it? I have a feeling I should be able to open it, but something's missing. We get scanned. So we probably need a specific form that we don't have right now? Because we're missing 4 forms, and we can't be a Thug War right now. Oh wait, yeah. Cloaks itself in Sentinel parts to evade their detection systems. So maybe, since that would be covered in Sentinel parts, it would get scanned and be like, oh yeah, you're good, come on in. But I also got kicked out of my form when I came over here. There we go. I can stay in my form once the cutscene ends. Yeah, I can't jump over it. I mean, we got a couple forms with us. We may as well try them just for shits and giggles. Nope, doesn't like that. How about this one? Nope. This one? Nope. Anyway. Zero expectation that any of them were gonna work, but, you know. I had them, may as well try them. There's probably all kinds of goodies in there if we can manage to breach that door. Sounds good, Callista. Thank you for being here. You have a good one. Okay, I can't get up and over that, if there even is an up and over. Which, judging from the invisible wall I ran into, probably nothing up there. But the camera does keep going up, so hard to say. My instinct about turning around was mostly on target, though, because there's nothing really we could do over here. And I also want to enable the ghost form as a permanent thing anyway. It's kind of fascinating how much some of these areas change based on whether you're in ghost form or not. That's a sign of a decently thought out mechanic. Like, it's not a whole huge fleshed out thing, but it's just fleshed out enough. Let's see. You never know when I'm gonna need to break a barrier, so I guess I'll replace the muddler with the ghost. The muddler was just there as a combat form anyway, and I'm keeping the fish at the moment because I don't know if I'm gonna need to swim. But I think the odds of me needing to swim are low enough, actually, that I'm going to switch to having that available. Because at the very least in this area, it seems like I'll randomly need to jump through a tube more than I would need to swim anywhere. Logically. I could easily be completely off base with my logic. And it honestly wouldn't shock me if I was. That all makes sense. Brain. Brain. I had something else in mind, and then brain got distracted for a second. And it's gone. We do have a lot of Laurentium we could turn in to get paid. We obviously were going to fast travel, is we're gonna go turn in the quest over here and hopefully get the key to let the lady into her house. Which, with where she's standing, if I'm understanding this right, the vines might get out of the way, which will allow us access to that area that's over there. We can also try to get across that jumping set over there with our newfound air dashing capabilities without even needing to worry about using the ghost tricks I was planning to do. I'll also demonstrate a convenience trick to get us back after we're done doing this. Oh good, she disappeared now too. Where's Barbara? Probably back in Mezzo Skyway with her sister, no? Yeah, she probably did the same thing her sister did, and like, yep, you're probably gonna get that done. I'm just gonna wander off, and you'll have to come find me. What we can do is hit return to safe, and then I have to climb back up in this room. There we go. And then we can go over here, do the thing, and then we'll go see the sisters, who are presumably united over there now. If they're still not united, I am going to be annoyed. Because they will be trending dangerously close to the concept of wasting my time. Is there really nothing up here? Okay, I guess there's nothing up there. Well, fair play on that, I guess. I don't know what happened there, but it counted enough. That's good enough for me. Yeah, that really wasn't that bad at all. Wistful wood, huh? Whoa! You know, when I think wistful, I don't think giant, hungry monsters, as it turns out. You know, maybe that's a skill issue on my part. I'm not really sure. Seems a little weird, though. I'm glad I chose to land up here, because I had a feeling, and my feeling was absolutely correct. Because very frequently these arena fights will send two of whatever started the fight, especially whatever seemed to be the most dangerous thing. Extra 2 base attacks, so this was definitely worth coming over here for, and this area is cleaned out. So I can go ahead and delete this pin. And honestly, we may as well just return to safe again. There's no point in me crawling all the way back across this when we already know the area is clear. I'm glad they gave us that ability to... Because that wasn't something you started the... You know, you didn't have that when they first released the game. They actually patched that in 2 patches after release? Something like that. It's a good convenience feature. That doesn't really hurt anything. Okay, only one of the quests is over there. Did Barbara get lost? That's the inherited strongbox. I don't see her icon anywhere else, so I'm going to assume they're both here. And if they're not both here, like I said, I'm going to be angry. I'm going to be nettled, annoyed, aggravated, disappointed. Yep, door's open now, so at the very least that mystery is partially solved. And yeah, this is just their house over here, so that's a thing. Yeah, apparently Esrine and I both promised you the same thing. Sorry about that, Harlow. Even though it wasn't hers to give, just like she keeps borrowing my clothes. What was that? Green fits me better than you anyway. You're infuriating, Barb. Don't be so prickly. In any case, you helped both of our research, so thanks a lot from both of us. Isn't that right, Esrine? Barb, I was just about to do it. Great flower, help me. Thanks, Harlow. Oh, healing efficiency up. Well, that was worth it. Now we heal for 125, I think? And both their quests are done now. Thanks again. Our research would still be ongoing without your help. How's our house? Pretty cozy, right? And now I never need to see them again, I guess. So that sure was a thing that happened. This also means this checkpoint I put here actually was in fact somewhat pointless. But it made doing that quest easier, so overall, probably worth it. Let's see. I mean, we're traveling around anyway. We may as well check all of the things in town off while we're not far away. Double check to make sure there's nothing in the shops that I need to do or anything. Because I don't think we got any building upgrades or anything, but just in case, we may as well pop by and check that. Yeah. And we have a bunch of money on hand, so we can buy things. Let's do all the dialogues and such first, in case... Where the hell did you come from, and who are you? What are you looking at? The ruins of a great city. What else is there to look at? They're kind of beautiful in a sad way, aren't they? Like a sunset. They kind of upset me. I don't know what ruined them. Knowing what caused this won't help us live our daily lives. I see what you mean, but it wouldn't hurt to know. There's so much I forgot. You have some kind of amnesia? Remembering is all well and good, but you have to live in the present, not just the past. I'm starting to get why Lameth wanted me to help the people of Blightmoor. Yes, Lameth understands we need to look to the future. Perhaps you can help me try to make this place a little more beautiful, one step at a time. We need to learn to focus on what we have, what we can do, instead of what we lost, what we cannot do. Maybe try that sometime? Maybe I'll try that sometime. They're the one we need to make the community things for. There you are, Harlow. This place would be perfect for my new project. Can you go to the city registry and ask them to build my shop? Shop? Yup. What is it exactly? Good with my hands, and I would love to sell some of my creations here. Here's a blueprint for my shop. Could you help me build it? Sure thing. I'll see what I can do with the city registry. More shops, more shops, more shops. Sell me things. Give me things to buy. This is when it turns out to be completely useless, but at least it'll be somewhere to spend the money I'm building up again. Harlow, you did it again. I can't thank you enough. My mama will be able to create new toys. I like action figures. Can they punch? Oh, someone seems as excited as Grayson. Do not hesitate to browse my wares, Harlow, and thank you again for all your help. Hey, we got a logic block. Nice. What can you build? You can make a bunch of structures. So, paintings and plushes and vases and sculptures. I guess this is all for when we build our own house and actually live in our own house. 'Cause I think we did build a house, actually, and I just never paid any attention to it since. Oh, hey, you ended up over here, too. Lameth is still thinking about where to put the Hunters Guild. I told him it could be anywhere as long as we have space to display trophies. So I guess I should go talk to Lameth for that to trigger. I assume if I build the Hunters Guild, that's probably also going to open up some other things. When was the last time you looked at a sunset? I mean, truly look at it. Can I use those community center designs yet? Nope. You look like someone who'd like to build more things. I feel you, buddy. I'm the same. No, I'm okay. I have other things to think about, like ways to activate those spheres. Nonsense. I know that deep down you only want to expand what the city registry can offer you. Good thing I'm here to help you help me. What would you do without me? I'd like to recruit someone trustworthy, someone who I know will get the job done. So you thought I could do the job? Oh no, not in a million years. I'm thinking of Adon. You're good, buddy, but you're not Adon good. Okay, ouch. I'll go talk to her. Yep. That explains that connecting point. Let me guess, Kudo wants me to help him at the city registry. I told him I'd do it if he just asked nicely. Could you help Kudo, please? Pretty please? Good enough. Good thing I had this blueprint prepared. Time to upgrade the city registry. Everybody's ready to do the thing. They just need people to ask them to do the thing. It's kind of annoying, actually. And there we go. Now they're both in here. You upgraded the city registry. I'm working with Adon. Perfect tag team has been assembled. Nothing will stop us from revitalizing Blightmoor. Ready for your big reward, buddy? Ta-da! It's your very first community space. Bring it to Adon and let's inaugurate this new service. Really? She's right there. Just extend your arm. Kudo gave you something for the community space? Shocking. I gave him that for you. How about using this brand new service? I have a lot of these, as it turns out. Because we've been picking them up for a while, I just couldn't do anything with them, which is how I knew this whole thing was gonna play out. Just build them all. I really wish you just could hit a button to build all of these. Though So they probably were supposed to be spaced out better, and I just never happened to walk around town enough to find them. Oh, I see. These keep replacing each other. There's only so many spaces, and I wasn't paying attention because I was just kind of mashing the button. Sure. Put the art loom over there. Let's actually pay attention to these this time, shall we? I kind of like this one better. Couldn't put that over there. I make no promises that any of these will go together at all. Yeah. Okay, so they're just scattered around. I'm all ears if you have plans for a community space. Time to beautify Blightmore. Not an official slogan. Nobody's as efficient as Adon. No offense, buddy, but you only ever bring me blueprints without helping me, like, at all. Well, you could have asked for help, you know. Rather than just being bitter when nobody offers to help you when we already did all the legwork for you. Turn in the cats after we check in with the person that's standing over here. That's actually a really nice statue. The bit underneath the statue's not the best, but the statue's cool. This seems like a good spot to settle. I checked with the locals and they said it was unoccupied. Did you bring this blueprint to the city registry? Apparently you need somebody to vouch for your project. Could you do that for me? Alright. We'll get Ramiro a house too while we're at it. Just doing everything for everyone, getting very little in return. More of my beloved Scargatos. You're a blessing to an old lady. Here, take this. Just a vacuum of money. Thank you. Just all of the money. Let's check in with the shopkeeper down below first, since this is a convenient path to them. You would almost think I thought out how I was going to go around town. And the answer to that is sort of. Yep, same thing you said before. You are definitely selling different things than you were before, including a blueprint upgrade. And secret passage checking device. Give me all these things. I don't really need any of these that badly, so I'm gonna hold off on picking these up because we'll be upgrading the other shops and we're gonna need that money to spend at those shops. Never did go down here either. See what we find down here before we go back up. Oh. You're pretty far down, so is it really tied to the spheres? Yep, I'm pretty sure it is. Haven't found anything interesting yet, aside from these weird and useless trinkets. Like this one here. No idea what it is. Want it? Oh yeah. Right, that's why we never went down here, because there wasn't a hole here before. As times have been going on, Marika's been digging their way through all of this. Right, that makes sense. Good of them to support it so well so that it looks like it's just part of the regular ground. We do have that memento socket that we need in order to put in another 3 E.1 though. Probably the max health increase? Might be worth taking the earpiece radar as well, but I feel like I don't need the earpiece radar particularly. I would only really be worrying about that if I was going for 100%. We also can't change it right this second. I just was thinking it through before doing anything else. And we're up to a nice even 200 health, which is always good. stop, please. Let's see. Stop off at the city registry again, because we got a bunch of upgrades to make now. Yeah, I got a house and some upgrades to do them. Interesting that it said or 2 on that blueprint. Upgrade the chip and printer. I assume that allows me to get my chips up to level 3. Ditto with the memento upgrades. There we go. Never speaking to you again. Bye. You're not the one that does anything, but do you have new stuff? You don't. You suck. Goodbye. You can upgrade things further. So, give me further damage increase. Here's the thing. I could keep the money increaser temporarily, since we now have a bunch of things to spend money on. Because we're not going to be able to afford everything I'm going to want to do. Like, I just have to acknowledge that straight away. Our fill rate with our vital containers has been pretty good, so I'm not too stressed about upgrading that one right this second. And I want to make sure I have money for upgrading the chips. So we'll go ahead and take the first upgrade for that, because that'll pay for itself. You still only have the 2 things you had before. Let's go to the chip upgrader first, before we do anything further there. And if we have money left over, I will go back over there. This unit has reached maximum efficiency for chip imprinting. You can now upgrade chips to their highest level. In the meantime, this unit remains able to provide dishwasher maintenance. Do not hesitate to use this highly efficient function. I'd like to, but there's still no functioning dishwashers around, sorry. This unit is irked and highly recommends the people of Blightmore to invent dishwashers. Switching back to the less useful chip imprinting function. Please insert a chip to begin the upgrade process. Yeah, you gotta respect the commitment to their job, but at the same time, it's getting slightly annoying that he's so obsessed with dishwashers. And this is what I was afraid of, is that the upgrades are 300 each. We absolutely need to upgrade our fists. That's not even a question. Now it becomes a question between, do we upgrade the gun or the crash? And the crash is our main damage dealing method other than our fists, and requires no charges, so I'm gonna upgrade that. And we have just enough to upgrade one of the other mementos we had. And I took the time while we were running around to think this through, and what we're actually going to do is we're going to upgrade the moneymaker one more time. Continuing on the logic of it will pay for itself after a bit. We could check in with all of those laptops, but I think I'll save that for when the game's done. Now, I do wish that these would give me an actual number for how much these are doing for us, but it's fine. Like, a percentage as to how much it's increasing, how much money we're getting, and things like that. I should go back and talk to him now that his house is built before I run off. That's the only other thing that is left unturned at the moment, I think. Which, slight inconvenience to run back across town, but it's really not that big a deal. I feel like we've both gotten a lot done and not a lot done in the 2 hours. I'll get to that at some point, perhaps, you know. Oh, this house is way less gloomy than I assumed it would be. Congrats on the new house, Ramiro. I'm asking out of curiosity, but is that a real skull on the shelves? Nah, it's made of wood. I'm the one who carved and painted it, by the way. Take this token of my gratitude, my friend. More raw materials. Very good. Nice, I'm happy for you, Zeno. People should commission you. You do good work. Yay! Everybody wins. So, while I appreciate that, with the way I know things have gone sometimes, you may want to hold on to that money. Nice. Hopefully that all goes smoothly for them. Okay, so decent bit of time left before anything actually happens. That's a good amount of time, so that there shouldn't be too many worries on that front. Okay. As long as they prove to be good parents, which no one can really know that one for sure till they are in the position to be parents. Let's see. I could go back this way and connect this. Don't really see a reason to at the moment. Okay, so you've got a decent idea of how well he'll handle it, at least. I think we needed something from over here. Oh, right, we got the key card. The key card was probably what we needed. Well, that's good. Our damage output should be significantly better than it was. And judging from the amount of money that just flew out of that bird when we hit it, we are definitely going to make a good bit more money, too. So that's just a win-win across the board at the moment. Yeah, we can one-shot those now, which will help. Because a lot of our issues came from things surviving when they get hit. I went the wrongest of ways about going down there. Right, can't destroy those still. Probably never will be able to destroy those, much as I want to. You I will destroy just on principle. And because money. Yeah, just taking down a handful of incidental enemies, we've almost made back the cost of the first upgrade for the money booster. So I'm definitely inclined to say my judgment on that was correct. But of course, it's my own judgment, so barring serious self-deprecation, I should be inclined to trust my own judgment. Right or otherwise. I'm willing to bet it's things like the earpiece that made them not allow you to swap mementos on the fly. Otherwise, people would just be swapping it on and off, and there'd be no downside to having it, basically. Which at that point makes sense. When you don't know things like that exist, decisions can look a little strange at times. Okay, we wouldn't have been able to go over here even if we'd connected this earlier, because we wouldn't have been able to swim. Even though that's swimming only in the widest of margins. Oh, there's a cat somewhere. Ow. So this has a purpose for me to come over here. What happens, Zeno? I mean... do you have anything important to do tomorrow? Because if you do, then it's definitely a matter of you probably shouldn't do that. If you could just rest through tomorrow, then maybe it might be worth chasing that inspiration? Just, you know, as usual, make sure not to really overdo it. How does one access that cat? Because the cat is right up there. Absolutely. There appears to be an entry to that area on the right. So I was on the right track before. But there's no obvious pathways anywhere. So there's two doorways into this area, and we came in through the lower one. So we have to go in through the higher door, which I presume I just climb up this wall to get to. Yeah. So that solves that mystery and claims us another cat. Which I have definitely lost count of how many of them we found at this point out of the 49 that are scattered around somewhere. There you go. Mimosa, beware. Beyond this cute food and innocent face, this Scargato can make the world tremble. Interesting events are always good. As long as they're interesting for the right reasons. Let's see. I was debating going back to the save point, which would drop us up here, but then we'd have to go back through this whole room again. So I think I'll just go back across manually. Nice. Always good to see more games get some serious event support, so that people have a reason to keep playing them. Yeah, because you're probably not going to play if you do start working on all that art. Which, it also depends on the deadline you have for that commission, too. That's sadly not a surprise. Such is the nature of our field in a lot of cases. Yeah, okay. As long as they're willing to be patient, that's good. Okay, we still can't cross that area because we still can't use the air currents like I anticipated. But I wanted to double check since we'd only tested it with the ghost. Now, do I actually want to put a fast travel point here? On paper, this is close to here. In practice, it really isn't. It's closer to here, and even that's not that close because this is blocked off by an invisible wall, so we'd have to go around. So I think it's worth it to have one. Well, that's also understandable because you had a lot happen. So, yeah. So I think that all is reasonable, all things considered. Okay, now that this is a fast travel point, we will carry on forward. Key card. And onwards. And now the music's back. Whoop. Oh, hey, those big guys are here. I wondered when we were gonna run into you guys again. And then we'll be able to get the ability to become those anytime we want. Which is probably not gonna be very often at this point, because they've only got punches. But they are gonna be necessary for at least one thing, probably. I thought these were spiky. Turns out they're just conveyor belts. So I think once we get this form, I think we might have found... Oh, no. I was gonna say, I thought we found our new travel form, but it doesn't seem to stay flying. Okay, homing missiles. Temporary flight. But it looks like it can interact with these by electrifying them. Yeah. We can reactivate power sources with this form. Oh, it is a bit awkward to move, though. Because it drops out of the air pretty quickly. Gotta wait for it to fully charge up, and then you can cover some decent ground. You can tell how much charge it has by the eye. Nothing up here. Got it. Oh. This is going to be an interesting area. This is definitely going to be an interesting area. I'm not sure yet how to feel about this area. Like, there's big potential for this to be a really annoying zone. But it's at least got the fact that it's interesting going for it, instead of just being, like, really difficult and annoying with nothing going for it. Well, that worked out, actually. Except I can't get back down the hole. That was also a really awkward time to need to sneeze. There we go. Grab both of the bodies just to make sure that I have as much credit towards that as we can get. There's got to be a reason why they won't let you be able to change into this all the time without getting a lot of these. It's like this flight on paper seems like it's incredible, but it's a bit awkward, so I'm not super sold that this is a great form yet. Like, it's obviously required for this area, but I don't think it's like a permanent form I would be using everywhere I go. The attacks aren't half bad on it, I'll give it that. God damn it. There we go. You could probably do some kind of like weird chain jumping. Like you fly over to another drone and then use that other drone to fly further. Now, admittedly, I hope that that kind of trick is never expected of you as a player. It could really be awkward. I'm also glad they can only fire one missile at a time, unlike ours that can fire 3. Otherwise, I would have been dead there. Like, the fact that you can grab that form and immediately fly is what I'm talking about. You can't, like, tactically leave the corpses in specific places, though. Pick that open. That's a thought. Is this thing on? It's already recording. Great. Posterity will remember me like a fool who can't even record a hologram properly. Ahem. First log record. I'm Tomino, Chief of Mechanical Research. We've started working on a project for the core. This project needs to remain secret. Therefore, we tighten security all around the complex. You'll need the proper access key to move through the complex from now on. Round key for round door, square for square. Please don't try to use the square key on the round door or the round key for the square door. A simple system, a clean system. Everybody got that? End recording. How do you turn this off? We didn't program voice commands. Mercury, can you turn this off for me, please? Thanks. Hey, what do you know? The round key. But what if I encounter a triangle door? What do I do then? I mean, I guess I could do what I've always been doing, which is just break the damn thing down. Violence can solve many advanced technical problems. So this room's not golden bordered, so there's more to this room somewhere. Which that is inconvenient. This is a huge room. But I also find myself somewhat uncompelled to go digging through this whole huge room. And the reason for that is nothing against the game per se, but it's the fact that I know basically everything I would potentially be able to get at this point. I don't think there's any surprises left at this point in the game. And for me as a player, that impedes my urge to explore somewhat. Especially when you consider that the odds are highly likely that what I'll get isn't going to be what I'm looking for. Is more than likely what I will be getting out of anything that's up there is going to be more like raw materials or Laurentium or things like that, rather than what I would like to get, which is things like an attack boost, a health boost, something like that. Did we check down in that hole? I don't think we did. Yeah, because we need to activate some electricity to get in there. Like, overall, I really like the little robot guy. I just don't think he's super beneficial. Flying him around is also a little floaty and weird. And I don't mean floaty in the way that he is levitating, before anybody gets any smart ideas on that score. What do you know? It's almost like I can predict the future or something. We got raw materials. Hooray. Which, don't get me wrong, they'd be great if I was gonna sit here and upgrade, like, everything forever. But I don't feel a compulsion to upgrade that many more of our items, since most of them aren't seeing the light of day anymore. So that's a thing. Is when you limit player capacity to use things, you're invariably going to have them limit themselves down to only using what works for them, plus or minus a couple extras situationally. Like, that's just invariably a thing that'll happen more often than not until, like, a second playthrough or anything like that, where they then have more of the resources available in order to then rethink how they did that. Contact damage is so nasty when you make one mistake and you get hit like 3 or 4 times just because you're wedged in a corner, or in this case wedged between a wall and an enemy. And don't get me wrong, 100% my own mistake, but without contact damage that mistake would not have been nearly so harshly punished. And I'm not asking you to be able to make all the mistakes forever and be completely unpunished for it. But if a small mistake can lead to you losing like half your health, it can really not feel so good. Like, it becomes arguable at that point whether that's an appropriate response for the results. Odd wings were created in a rare moment of cooperation between mechanical research and biological research. Their main utility was to recharge faulty equipment, move light cargo, and shoot vermin. Well, they sure were accomplishing the last one, if you count me as vermin, which most things in this world seem to. Nope. Nope. Is that on a timer, or is that based on approaching it? It's based on approaching it. Okay. I suspect I need that Thog War thing. Because if you remember, that's the one that was labeled as being covered in Sentinel parts. What Lotus? If you meant the thing we just ran away from, yeah, it's not healthy. Speaking of, that's not great. Oh, it does shoot up there. Oh, nope. We've made a good amount of money in the short time we've been traveling, so I'm definitely glad I picked up the upgrade for how much money we're getting. Okay, I can't go back still. I need to go this way. And once again, ran out of flight power at a really awkward time. Okay. I didn't need to hop out of that form to heal, but it made more sense to heal while I was swapping. God, those things are durable. One more and we can be able to be one of those on command. And yeah, see? These don't react to this form. I was correct about that. They won't shoot it at weird Robo-Pig. Second record log. Progress on the Sentinels is going well. We have 3 models already in mass production. Models 05, 10, and 17. We really need to come up with proper names for those. We still don't know what the Sentinels are fighting, but that's not part of our contract. They ask, we deliver. No questions asked. Anyway, the Corps seems pleased with our work. So pleased they commissioned another model. Bigger, badder, better. Happy to oblige. And done. It's off now, right? Finally got it. It's not, but Mercury, you're the one who told me to press the red button. That's what I did, see? The other red button? Who designed this blasted device? I did? Mercury, don't get smart with me. Oh, you're right. That's my stamp. Sorry about that, Mercury. Built it himself and still can't figure the damn thing out. And what do you know? I asked about triangle doors and I found a triangle key before I even found the square key. God damn it. Whoa. You would think a downward conveyor wouldn't make you go that fast, but boy oh boy, we really picked up some speed. Okay. Oh yeah, one of those was guarding the way over here, so I need to actually go get pig form. The faster way probably would be going back up the way we just went down. Theoretically. Since the conveyors are going downward, this might actually be tricky. Nah, it's fine. We will go become as pig, and then we will go back over there and get past that thing. Its ground speed's also pretty good, so when we unlock this form, I'll probably be using it a decent bit. If for nothing else but ground speed, because it's faster than our ground speed. Hi, I'm you. Let me through. Nyum. Sucker. Oh, well, that's a shame. Oh boy. Worth it. Got another memento socket. You know what? Getting past this last one's gonna be the interesting part. Okay, good. It left the form here. Otherwise, we might have gotten stuck there, and I was gonna be upset. But that's, of course, why they thought that through and did that. So we have another memento socket, which means we can fit another 2-pointer in, or we can replace one of these other ones with a 4, replace this with a 4. Though our only 4s are more charges and more damage to bosses. Which, swapping the Moneymaker out for boss damage would make a lot of sense when we go up against a boss. So, we'll probably be doing that. And that's also this area cleared because we can't get over onto this side of it yet. Because this was blocked. And we can't get up here because we, as you can see based on the map, physically can't get there. So we have to go through this room and go up. We could always try going down as well, but I'm more interested in going over here at the moment. You know, my interest is waning a bit in going over here. I'm not gonna lie. It's really awful here right now. But it does get me the last pig I need to be able to be a Thog War at any time. Created by Franken, the chief of biological research. That's a hell of a name choice. Out of spite against the Sentinels to prove they have weaknesses, the Thog War cloaks itself in Sentinel parts to evade their detection systems. And there we go, we got an upgrade for our little robot friend. And now the world shall learn to fear the power of bacon. I don't have square key yet, so I need to go down, I guess. Go get the square key and then I can come back. So I was right in thinking that I was out of order grabbing the triangle key when I did. So, you know, me do things out of order never happens. Crazy concept. There's a lot of unpleasant things around here, I gotta say. And now we can be in a bearer at any time. 3 creatures stitched together in the Sentinel complex. At the moment of its creation, the 3 minds fight for control of the body. Winner takes over and the others fade into nothingness. Upsetting. But necessary. Because we need this form to break these blocks. At least we do at this point. If I had kept the weird, like, 2-legged charging thing, whose name escapes me right now, we would have been able to use that as well, I think. Grab our 7th bearer. And a reminder for those who may be wondering why those blue things don't leave behind corpses or anything. They're made out of liquid to begin with, so they can't leave behind a corpse because there's no corpse to leave behind. Thus, we can't become those things. It's all perfectly in-world logical and everything. Wow, those mines take a real long time to go off. I figured I could just, like, punch jump off of it and it would go off behind me, but it worked the way I expected, just a much slower version of what I expected. Oh, I do still have the charging form on me. I forgot that I hadn't swapped that out for the ghost. I heard another mine. It's kind of crazy to be fighting the bearers again after running into them at the very beginning of the game. And having them still actually be a legitimate threat is the part that really blows my mind. Then again, they were really durable back then. So running into them again now makes some sense. I wasn't sure if I was gonna run into them at a point like now, or if it was gonna be you run into them like in the end game area. There's the square key. This area is honestly flying by pretty well, which means something's gonna go horribly wrong now that I said that. I'm gonna have like a hexagonal key. I need to go turn all of the other keys into that in order to open the door or something stupid like that. Oh, why did I say that out loud? Now that I've said that out loud, this could easily be true, and I hate that. I'm just checking on things because I saw a bunch of stuff in Discord light up, so I'm making sure I'm not missing something vitally important. Okay, nothing I need to worry about at the moment. Everything is fine. You know, wouldn't going to the right just bypass that door entirely anyway? There's probably a barrier in the way, but we may as well look. Interesting how these guys don't set off the mines. Only I set off the mines. Were they placed specifically for creatures like me? It would make sense because we were fighting the core back then, and the Sentinel complex works for the core. For all I know, we could have been the reason why the Sentinels went berserk. Nope, not high enough. Oop. There we go. Oh, that goes along the wall. I thought it was going next to the wall for some reason, trying to catch you when you jumped. Logic block. And I gotta go back through this mess. Whee! There we go. Eek. Eep. There we go. Would have worked better if it had actually done what I told it to, because I pressed for a diagonal little slide, but going straight to the side works too. Just making sure there was no secrets down there. But I should have paid attention to the border and noticed it was a gold border anyway. So this, I think, does actually bypass that door. But it doesn't go to the same place. Probably. But it is a save point, which is nice. Wouldn't be the worst idea I've ever had to put a fast travel down here. Because that's a lot of large rooms to cross over. And there's a side quest right on the other side of this room. And this would also allow me to go make some purchases. So let's go make those purchases. I'm not gonna worry too much over going and touching base with everything and everyone in town. I'm just gonna go in, get my upgrades, and get out. Primarily because one of the upgrades to get is the defense boost. Pretty sure I want that sooner rather than later. Feel like I need that. Especially with the way I'm playing. Oh yeah, the fill containers quicker is also a good idea to upgrade. I didn't even remember that we hadn't upgraded that, so... Boop. And... since we have money left, I'm going to upgrade the boss damage one to full as well. Since we're probably going to swap that in when we go to do boss fights going forward. So the phase 3 accelerator is not a bad idea either, so we'll go ahead and slap an upgrade on that. I'm going to get up for a quick second here in a moment. So I'm probably going to run like a 1-minute ad. Because I didn't run one at the start today because I just wanted to get us moving. So I'll be back in a quick second. Y'all can put up with a 1 minute of ad time. And we'll be back in a second. Okay, in theory, everyone is back. I don't have a timer this time because the dashboard decided to be stupid. Yeah, looks like it's done. Okay. Handy thing about Firebot is it also tells me how long my ads are going, and usually does a better job about that than Twitch itself does, so, you know, well done, Twitch. Anyway, we need to be back. Yep. I need to be back over here. I was going to let it cycle through the list, and then I realized I was gonna have to go through a lot of the list before I got there. I think that list is only good when you're first starting out and only have like 4 zones to cycle through. Now I think I am better off doing what I've been doing the whole time, which is just scrolling across the map. I see that weird passage underneath the spikes there. I don't think I can do anything with that information right now, but I feel compelled to keep that in mind. It's like right around there. I don't know if it leads to anything, but my gut's telling me that they wouldn't leave a gap there without a reason. Oh, hello, random cat. Yukine. With slight melancholy in his eyes, he is often called Mimi's little prince for his regal demeanor, yet he will never disdain his favorite feather toy. Good for him. And that's everything in this room, so I guess maybe that is a red herring then. So we'll just go ahead and delete that pin. That pin is nothing but lies, and you'll notice this room's a dead end as well. Supporting my theory that even though I could go around the door by going this way, it doesn't actually get me past it. Much as I would love for that to work. Because that would be an interesting way to avoid the need for the keys. I guess let's check the lower path here and then we'll go up to the key door. Yeah, because this is also a dead-end room. Okay, so that's kind of bad for me in some ways, because that means that this fast travel point might actually have been a mistake. So I'm willing to bet since the control pod is here, there's gonna be another save point like right around this vicinity here. That would probably have been a better spot, but it's fine. Oh, I don't have the fish equipped anymore. Hang on, let me go get the fish. Because if there's a big tank of water there, I probably need the fish to get whatever's in there. Okay, there's nothing over there. And we don't need the weird parasite spitting thing right now anyway. Did I want to swap on the ability to be the bearer on command or something? I probably should turn on being able to turn into the pig on command, if anything. God damn it. I can use the D-pad. I probably should use the D-pad for a room like this. So I have more defined control instead of the stick which wiggles a little bit. There we go. What's this? 10 more max health. Worth swimming for, 100%. Well, you'll notice I execute nice, perfect 90-degree turns with the D-pad. Whereas there was some twist to it with the stick. God damn it. I know I'm supposed to be riding the conveyor belt, but this is faster. Provided I, you know, don't screw it up. Whoa, hello, big guy. Thank you, money bag. He was worth like 40 on his own, give or take. You know, the map gave that one away. Damn right, I just punched a fish. I was just making sure I had grabbed that. Remember, there will always be advantages and disadvantages to using the stick versus the D-pad. And ideally, games will let you use either or interchangeably, provided the D-pad isn't necessary for like an item thing of some kind. Now, some people may call me crazy for saying there's no real right answer in the use the stick or use the D-pad debate when it comes to platforming. But I will remain on that thought of both are good for different things within the same line. Another letter tapper. Ow. There's definitely movements I would never manage to do with a D-pad that even apply even on a two-dimensional plane. Like smooth turning like this instead of the snappier turns. So it's definitely a case of to each their own across the greater majority of that type of thing. Okay, I see the kicker to this. You either go fast or you make sure to detonate the mine safely. Now do I? Yep, I need to be big boy. Bam! I'm glad that counted me as staying there. You can tell the bearer's in early game form though, because he's only got one move. I think... Actually, no, I think he's straight up the only form in the game that we've seen that only has one move, now that I think about it. Because even the Toroth, which we got at the very beginning of the game alongside the Bearer, had two moves. Only one that you'd ever actually use, but it still had two moves. So that's a little weird. Ow. Interesting how that just kind of stayed on my head for a second there. I thought maybe the Bearer's head was strong enough not to take a hit from that, which would have made no sense considering we experienced them taking falling object damage before. Too early. Almost thought I was too late on that one, which would have been equally upsetting. Just gotta keep threading the needles. God damn it. Thank you for providing checkpoints between these, game. You could have been so much meaner about that, and I appreciate that you aren't that way. I say totally not giving Afterimage a significant look on that statement. Ow. Ow. So the amount of not being able to see things coming involved in these kind of counterbalances that. So I keep getting blindsided by those blocks because It's either that or I sit there and play the counting game to find out when they're gonna come down. Oh, that's upsetting. I can't even do that yet. I assume we get our ability to bypass that here, probably. Since we're running out of ground to cover, where it could potentially be. And those may very well be like a better ending type deal. But I'm gonna put a pin there to remind me that that's there. And what the issue with it is. I know I didn't remember to do it for the other ones, but it'll be fine. I can go find them. There's no other reason for me to be down here. We already looped through all of this. We looped through all of that. And I do not like this room, so I'm leaving. Let's see. I really should go get that. Because you would figure a strongbox would have something really nice in it. But we're also only getting a percentage of the reward from it. Unless it happens to be something stupid like just a block of Laurentium and he's like, you know, this is stupid. Here, take this. Which, admittedly, if I go turn in all the Laurentium we're carrying, that would also have solved my money problem. But we don't really have a money problem per se, is why I didn't bother doing it. So there is a world in which we get something other than just more money from turning in more Laurentium too. There may be thresholds where we get other rewards. Smacks of wishful thinking when I say that out loud, admittedly, but there's always hope. Mixed results on that one. I meant to do a flat horizontal dash, but I screwed it up. And then every now and then, we end up in a situation where the hitboxes just don't. I hear the music guy. He's up above us somewhere. But he is not our target. There's a few traps, yeah, just a few. There we go, strongbox code. Note what the code written in red. Is it blood? Not sure why you'd write your secret code in blood, but you know. Yep, I thought I heard you over here. Will? Oh, hi, hello. You join the Sentinel Complex? Not really. Too many obstacles and things that want to smash me, crush me, or zap me. It's true that there's a lot of doors, but that won't stop me from furthering my musical journey. Anything inspiring here? Everything's so mechanical and cold. Precisely. The sustained rhythm of the conveyor belts, the soothing chill of the laboratory. It inspired a steady beat. Want to hear? Sure thing. So we're not gonna ask him how he got all the way down here? No. We probably don't want to know. I'm still not convinced he's a being of this dimension. I'm pretty sure he just goes where he pleases and nothing in any universe can stop him. Okay, so all of this is gold. We just need to be able to get access in there, and then this room's probably going to be gold too, so that we don't need to think about any of those. this room is probably why this room isn't gold yet, because we need to get up into there for this one to gold out. I don't know what the hell's going on in here. I don't remember if we went up into this square up here. That might be why this one's not gold yet. Or it's something down in here, perhaps. It really depends on how much I care about getting 100% completion in this area. And I'll give you a hint, considering we haven't 100% completed any of these areas, I don't see myself starting now. Is half the reason why I would end up doing it would be if I want to do 100% completion later. And I don't see myself coming back. As much as I've enjoyed this game, I don't see myself returning to this game to 100% complete it, because that's just not how I do things. And I was much more compelled by Afterimage, and I still haven't gone back to clean that up off camera either, so I don't anticipate that being a thing that happens. So it leaves me with very little reason to follow that up completely. I forgot to put the boar on my list here. Good thing there just happens to be one nearby, huh? Don't need to fight him, he's been claimed. All of you have already been claimed. Goodbye. Me out. In, out, whichever way this leads. Okay. There's searchlights around here, which is why I made sure to grab this form. Can't go up. At least not that way. I'm glad we keep wall climbing in our other forms. Also, it seemed like for a moment there I had the thing balanced on my head, which is fascinating. Remember, if you defeat an enemy and become the corpse, no one can ever tell that there was ever anyone else other than you there. I kind of want to grab the extra bearer, but we don't need it. And I'm probably not using the bearer in combat. Okay, no, there's another boar right over there, so we'll go ahead and grab the bearer. Because the problem is we lose the boar form, is it doesn't leave the diamond if you switch to another body. We just have that problem to worry about. Oh, am I not gonna be able to make that? Oh, that actually might be an issue. Yeah, I actually have to go back. This is why I don't like these sentinel sections. These are kind of stupid. Am I really stuck between these? All because I wanted to grab credit for that form? Oh wait, no, the boar was above in here, wasn't it? No, because we did this section as the boar. So I am right in thinking that I have to go this way. Like, this is basically a forced stealth section, and those are very rarely any good. Like, if they just did damage and didn't send you back, I'd also say that would be reasonable. Not great, but it would be reasonable. The fact that they also teleport you back like a regular hazard is kind of awful. Triangle door. Ow. I know there's a lot of odd wings running around, but I'm just trying to make sure to get over where I'm trying to go without getting distracted. This way we can clean this out and I don't have this bothering me. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, at least there's that method for getting around them too, but I don't know, that feels very unnecessary and I feel like it hurts the flow of the game kind of badly. Can I like jump on top of your head? I can't. Okay, good. It's a pity I can't kill them with their own bomb. You're trying to tell me that a drone that belongs here is targeted by those. Okay, sure. Why not, game? I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I got screwed on that one because I pressed L1 once. It apparently decided I pressed it twice, which is a fascinating concept when I'm the one holding the goddamn controller. And you would think I'd knew what my fingers did. All of this just for the map of the area, huh? This is why I'm not convinced by exploring in this game anymore. It's almost always not fucking worth it. Well, we needed this anyway, so I had no choice but to come up here, I guess. You know, I think I just realized why they added the ability to go back to save spots automatically. Because I'm pretty sure, based on what I almost did there, multiple players probably came to the conclusion that they were better off just throwing themselves off a cliff or something rather than going back to the nearest save point because of the way some of these areas are. I really thought I was dying with him there and I was gonna be very upset. Not really sure what you're doing over here, but well, you've died now. Good for you. Speaking of died, I almost did because I did not process that that was there for a split second and it was almost really bad. And somehow this room's not cleared out and I don't really know where I didn't go and I am not so interested in finding out after the way this room was. Now, as it turns out, when you come out of a room almost dead, you're not really that interested in finding out all the random nonsense that's in it. It'll be okay. I'm not dying here. Not yet. It'll take a lot more than that to kill me. Okay, good. There's a save point. As anticipated. Down, please. We just barely scraped through that situation. Third log record. We lost power all of a sudden last week. Something probably happened to the core. Our power source is directly linked to it. We continued work on the core's last commission. This model proved to be a bigger challenge than anticipated. It is not ready yet, but that's not why we keep working on it. Core be damned. Losing power meant losing control of the complex. The main door is locked. We can't open it from the inside. We're trapped here. Well, that was a poor decision on your part, now wasn't it? To not have a failsafe or a backup or anything. We're focusing on the weapon system for the new Sentinel. We need it to be powerful enough to pierce a hole through the complex's wall. Why did we build this place to be so resistant? I hope this works. We have food and water for 2 more weeks at best. This will likely be my last record. I don't want to waste energy. But I find it important to leave a trace of our progress. Goodbye. Mercury, you should go rest a bit. You've been at it all night. And the one before that, too. Forgot to turn it off again? I guess I need to rest, too. Thanks, Mercury. What would I do without you? Okay. So we made it this far. With the crap I went through, I am going to put down another fast travel here in case this proves to be really bad. We're gonna pop back up here because we are almost certainly getting a boss fight here, so it is in our best interest to prepare for combat. I also want to make sure that's swapped over. And admittedly, our only real preparation for combat is swapping that. Oh, I need the flying robot, though. Why? Why? The one time I don't go out of my way to kill enough of them. Oh, wait, no, I did get enough of them. I just need to make sure it's actually equipped. That almost was really upsetting. Still kind of upsetting. But at least it's not actually a matter of I have to go backwards to fix it. Alright, let's see what we're up against here. We should be able to turn off all sentinels from here. I have a concern about what I'm seeing in the background. Alright, give me a moment. So I do this, get in here, press this. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. System online, commencing status report. Oops, sounds like messing around activated. Whatever this is. Primary objective, stay active. Secondary objective, pierce the complex's walls. Last weapons test for secondary objective, 36,455 rotations ago. Test results, failure. Analysis, weapons need a 14% increase in power. Status report complete. Unauthorized deactivation request detected. Threat to primary objective. Now deploying Model 37. Yep. Their final effort. The incomplete machine. Model 37. Well, I see why you have to have the flying robot for this fight, because I see machines that are going to need to be activated by it. And, you know, situations like that as well. I got time. Might be a slight issue, you know. probably help you with that a bit if you remind me, because I had some similar problems. Oh, head's flying around now. I think he's upset. Okay, he does go back to doing this bit as well, though. Well, no matter which way you go, you can always change it later as well. You're not stuck with it if you make a decision, because you can just immediately swap the texture. First try. That actually was a pretty interesting fight. That wasn't too difficult. And we got an attack boost out of it. Nice. And hopefully that means all sentinels are actually deactivated, so I don't need to worry about them anymore. I know full well that's probably not true, but I can dream. They're working on some kind of... Yeah? Interesting. Ferox is alive, which we knew that already. Well, those are a familiar trio of shapes. So we might have been created by the people in the core, which is what I was suspecting from the word go. We just happen to be of the same shape as whatever species Cleo is. But that explains why we can turn into a liquid form and why we have no arms. I still feel bad about killing them. We're both born of Ferox. Aren't they like cousins to us? Okay, never mind. Harlow is fully aware of being made of Ferox. At least, original Harlow is. Maybe, but they're cousins that want us dead. Not the most nurturing of family. I mean, there are some families like that for sure. I don't enjoy killing them, if that's what you mean. We have a mission to fulfill and they stand in our way, nothing more. Still, I can't shake this weird feeling. Listen, Harlow, you know what we set out to do. They're nothing like us. They're not even sentient, that you know of. They just move around aimlessly and achieve nothing but wanton destruction. Meanwhile, we have a culture to preserve. We developed tools, built homes, composed music, laughed, danced, and cried. A lot. We even created weapons, the chips, so we could defend ourselves and what we built, what we had. Big Fat helped those chips were against the Sentinels. So forgive me if I don't give a damn about mindless blue slugs while I mourn the loss of our friends. We could have more friends. Blue slug friends. About our friends, I know it's still fresh, but are you doing okay? We have nowhere to return to, Harlow, and we have it easy compared to the fate of Anissi. They didn't deserve this. Their only sin was being nice to us. So no, Harlow, I'm not doing okay. The few friends we still have are playing bait to grab the Core's attention away from us. They will likely sacrifice themselves, and I hate it. Sorry, had a lot to unpack. Dropped it all in your lap. Thanks for asking how I felt. That helped a bit. You know, Harlow, you don't have to do this if you're not feeling it. I can do this alone. I will if I have to. Don't burden yourself. No, it's just so hard to keep moving forward. I don't know how you do it. Rage. My rage is what keeps me moving. What keeps me from breaking down. We're nearing the Sentinel complex. Keep a low profile and be stealthy as possible. I can't help but feel that us having been created there is what is allowing us to interact with these beacons like this. I'm back. Everything all right, boss? Yeah, just, I remembered something big. Cleo and I came from Ferox. Oh, what? How? Really? Well, I saw a silhouette looking like Cleo or me emerging from a Ferox tank. Might not be us, but nobody else looks like us. Interesting. Ferox tanks usually contain refined Ferox and are kept in Fornax storage. In any case, whoever emerged from this tank was from the same species as me. Apparently we also created the chips, and now I get why no one else is using them. My kin created the chips, probably the only heritage left from my people. It's kinda sad. Those are weapons, right? We've yet to see a chip that was not a tool for destruction, clearly a sign of a hostile culture. I don't really think so. It feels to me like the chips were a necessity. They were created to help us protect, not destroy. Besides, the chips were not our only creation, just the first one to resurface after all this time. I doubt it's what best represents my people. If you say so. Cultural talk aside, there's only one control beacon left to activate. Cleo's rescue is within reach. Assuming we're correct about that at all. I have this real bad feeling that I've brought up before that this is all gonna turn against us, and it's actually an awful idea that we did any of this. There's also the potential that we're not the only one like us. Because bear in mind, Cleo didn't really have the same rounded diamond on their forehead. Cleo's was smaller. So that leads to my mind there being only two possible options for what that shape was we saw. Us, or another one exactly like us. And if it's another one exactly like us, I'm more than willing to put down a bet of evil clone fight. Gonna have to happen at some point. Like, that's just a gut instinct thing that kicked in as soon as I saw that. Like, yep, I'm gonna have to fight that. It's gonna be like me, but mean her. We're running out of ground to cover as well. Like, we basically, I guess, just have that final zone up there and a couple odds and ends to clean up. And near as I can figure, that final zone is past here. Now that we've deactivated the Sentinels. Theoretically deactivated the Sentinels. Can you just hear how convinced I am that they're not gonna still be out there trying to kill me the entire time? Because boy, am I convinced of that idea. There's gonna be no Sentinels at all. We didn't make enough money for me to really worry about going back for final upgrades quite yet. Let's poke our nose down here while we're here. Just in case there's anything incredible around this bend. Well, it is at least a dead end, so it's not going to lead anywhere too crazy. Ah, another cat. Kimi. The oldest Scargato. She loves Mei with all her heart, but can't stand the other Scargatos. Will sleep on your face if you don't stop her. Well, that's definitely a very cat thing to do, so that checks out. Ow. Prizes. Of course, one of them was a monster. One of these days, I'll pay enough attention to realize that before I break two open at the same time and get jumped. Okay. suspicious dead end before the room is done once again. Uh-huh. It's in on itself. Continues this way. No. God damn it. Well, just put another pin here to remind me that that exists. Which, we also didn't gain an ability in the Sentinel complex, so it must be the capital that would gain the ability to get past whatever those barriers are. This also means coming in here was pointless, and I'm gonna have to come back in here if I want those. Which, considering I don't know what those are or what they do, particularly, I'm not convinced quite yet. I assume it's probably the remaining chips we're missing. Possibly a memento or two as well. So, no, mementos had the generic diamond shape icons on the map, but I want to say chips had those shapes that look like our head. Keep crushing, killing, and destroying. Now, even if we're not safe from the lasers, we have Boar Form on tap, and we have Boar Form right here as well. Now, what do you know? The lasers are still here. What a shock. It's almost like we didn't deactivate the Sentinels at all. So it looks like we might need some of them because we can attach to the metal on the outside of this guy, for example. Good thing I remembered I had wire movement. I guess you kind of need these guys to be here for the pathing through the upper section of this level to work, though. So I get it. I don't have to like it, but I get it. You know, I wonder. No, huh? Okay. It was worth a shot. Because it almost looked like you could electrify the paneling there and fry him. And I'm not sure how to put into words the satisfaction I would have had frying the circuits of one of those things after all the trouble they've caused me. Okay. It's good that you can see the wire travel sections on the map, so you know where you're going. So the way they're placing blocks and such on these is kind of a dick move. Like both a block and an electric spot there. I know it's to force you to actually have the abilities they want you to have when you get to this part. But it doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. Especially when I miss that by like a pixel. Hopefully I didn't need to be up there. I clearly don't need to be up there to get where we're going. But there might have been an item up there or something that I now didn't get because of shenanigans. Let's just turn into a boar for safety, shall we? while I get an idea what our situation is. There we go. Like, this is a really neat section. This whole flying through the air, climbing on all of this, and doing all this nonsense. This is really cool. If this area had been more of this instead of the dodging the sentinels on the ground, I think I would have liked this area a lot more. Have it be more of a high-speed zone type deal instead of forced stealth section garbage. That's an invisible wall. Love that. Up, please. And here we are at the capital, I would assume. Also, really spooky red map section. I kinda dig it. I assume this is also going to be where everything is the worst. Because I presume that the capital's going to have taken the brunt of a lot of things, not because of any strategic reasons, but because this would be where one of the highest concentrations of the use of technology in Ferox would be as well. Okay, the turrets are indestructible. Noted. Or at the very least, if they are not indestructible, they are durable. And it became a case of not worth it. Interesting. Can I become one of you? Sure can. I've got a shoot, and I've got a other shoot. Okay. Ooh, I can slow myself down in the air when I shoot, too. They've handed me a gun. They have made mistakes. Oh, and I'm protected from the turrets. Not from the other shooters, though. That's not a surprise. Okay, you can shoot around that. I can't. Unless I use my triangle little shot. So, coming up to say hi. The same way I say hi to many other things. Through violence. Come on out. Come out with your hands up and you will not be harmed. Much. Probably. Oh, was it the same guy just popping up through two hatches? Yeah, because he knows the light's gone. So it was just the same guy tunneling around. These guys can't use those either. I figured with the term Drake and the beak, maybe he would actually have functional wings. Turns out, not so much. Then again, he is wearing a jacket, which I guess is getting in the way of his wings. Apparently, looking military is more important than flying. What are you doing out here? You're part of the Drake Dust Regiment? I don't even know what that is, so no? Take it as much. Every member of the regiment wears their damn uniform to proudly display their allegiance. This is no place to talk. We should retreat to home base. Your home is in the middle of this battlefield? Our home is the battlefield. Dustboro is under the control of the Drake Dust Regiment. The regiment is the city's military force when the Corps shut down. With nobody around to call the shots, they took advantage of the power vacuum and seized control of Dustboro. Life in our beautiful city's only gone downhill since their rise to power. But again, there's no place to talk. Come inside, quickly. Oh, there's gonna be a lot to unpack here too, isn't there? I hear a cat somewhere. Welcome to District 0. It may not look like much, but it's what we call home. I see, so I take it you're not a fan of the way this Drake Dust Regiment manages things? That's an understatement. The Drake Dust Regiment has no respect for us District 0 citizens, or any life outside their own, really. They abduct innocent civilians, force them to work in the Fornax storage, the only place where to find Ferox left in Alios. But get this, the air in the storage is toxic, and they don't share the breathing masks with us lowly citizens. Well, that's interesting, because we were in there before and it didn't affect us, but I guess since we're made of Ferox, that only makes sense. So we work ourselves to death while Drake Dust officers live the good life. They never have to wonder where their next meal comes from, or if they have enough power left to keep the lights on. Oh, is that why you're fighting them? Yeah, pretty much. We don't fight for power, we fight to reclaim the right to live our lives. Nothing more, nothing less. Say, you seem like the stealthy type. Think you could sneak around District 1 and help us sabotage their artillery cannon? The Drake Dust Regiment tried to kill me on my way here, so they're no friend of mine, but what's in it for me? Fight the good fight? And keep whatever you can loot as we make our way to District 5 at the very top of Dustboro? The control beacon is located high in the city. We'll most likely have to go to District 5 to reach it. Now that I get a good look at you, I knew something felt familiar about you. Your head is shaped like that weird machine we have atop the district. No idea how it got there, but it sure isn't just Borivian engineering. If you want to see it, just go left to the next part of town, then up from there. Damn, that's a lot to take in. Okay, baby steps. Weird machine first. Yeah, weird machine first. Alright. Like, I guess inherently that gives us a reason to help them, because we're going the same way anyway. We can just help them more or less by accident. Okay, so that's where the cannon is. And there's a weird machine shaped like our head somewhere. It's apparently left and up. So I guess let's investigate that first. That seems like the most important thing. Is the machine shaped like our head is most likely one of those ability capsules we've been finding. Which we still don't know the origin of those. If you think about it. We know they interface with us because they jam straight into our head. Are you alright? You seem alright. Be careful out there, the regiment is ruthless. Well, that was helpful. Take a good look. There we go. And a shop upgrade. Heals half your vital energy over time without depleting vital contain. I need that. Interesting. I'm gonna need to buy you out at some point. You have lots of good, interesting things. Help! Please help! I'm trapped! I'm claustrophobic and I'm trapped! Well, we found the architect. How the hell did you get yourself in this situation? This place is a mess. Nothing ever goes right in this damn dump. Hey there, maybe I can help. What's wrong? Aside from everything? You mean it? I could have wrote this. You mean aside from absolutely everything? The one I love is missing. That's what's wrong. During your last operation, our unit got caught by the Drake Dust Regiment. Those who die are the lucky ones. The reports state her unit is still alive, not lucky. Those Drake Dust demons took the whole unit to Fornax storage, where they'll likely have to work to death, literally. I need to believe in her like she believes in me. She's strong, stronger than me for sure. Oh, Ada, I hope you're alive out there. Well, we got somebody to look out for as well, I suppose. he's stuck in a really awkward spot, so I think he stays there for now. I assume we'll be here for a bit. This seems like a fairly sizable zone with a decent amount going on. At a minimum, it's gonna be chock full of hostility to deal with. Punch you so hard your beak comes out the other end. Okay, I can only hurt things that are on screen. Even though I knew he was there, I couldn't hit him. I'm glad that worked the way I figured it would. Dust Burrow's community space. Hooray. We'll deal with that later. Huh. Well, that complicates matters. I guess we can't go directly to our new ability. That complicates everything I had planned. Oh, wait. Hang on. That might actually be working. It slows their fall, but doesn't stop them. Okay. It also wasn't slowing us down much, which is why I didn't realize it at first. I don't feel like that's possible. At least not yet. Maybe we do need to go fetch the architect. Perhaps they can help with something. Okay, this opens up this whole section here. I can't breathe. Please, hurry, please, hurry. Quit whining. I can't get to you any faster than I can get to you. Yeah, it slow falls for Harlow too, not just for the Drakes. So these fans might just not do a lot in general. This is an awkward launch to do. What part of up and right did you not understand, Harlow? Fine, we'll just do it that way. Hi. Oh my goodness, thank you. I nearly died there. I was on the verge of starvation. I was there for minutes, maybe even hours. 1 or 2, give or take. You know what? Since you saved me, I'll give you the benefit of my talent. I am Architect, the Architect. You know, creative name to go with my title, alright? Yeah, great. I'll show you what is good architecture. Where should I go, do you think? Is he really asking, or is that rhetorical? Hey, boss, you want to see how it goes if we just let him talk? I know, Blightmore. Lots of different architecture there. Come to Blightmore, and you'll see I have wonderful advice to offer. Take this for your efforts. Not saying anything sure paid off. We also didn't open the path. Okay. Whatever. What do I know? I was kind of hoping he would open the door for me, not scream a bunch and run away. We're also in need of money, though, and since we just got another bit of Laurentium, I'm gonna go turn in all of the Laurentium right now and come back to this idea in a second. That was over here. Over in the driller village. Keep it coming, pal. You're pretty good at finding those. Hit me up if you want to do this full time. Thank you for a large chunk of money. Do you have anything left? Nope. Let's go back to town before we go buy those 2 items, I think. Though auto healing up to half my health would be incredible. Actually, do I have the memento sockets to do that? I do, if I replace Monster Fang, which for traveling I would be doing. So actually, I will go get that before I go to town then. I'm not gonna buy the laser attack because I'm probably not gonna use it because of the whole once it starts it can't stop thing. I'm assuming that means I'll be stuck in place when I use it, and that'll probably get me killed. But healing back up to half my health without using up my containers will allow us to move around the map a hell of a lot better than we have been. It basically means we'll stay at 105 health, I think, is my understanding of that. We could also probably upgrade it to allow us to heal more. It'll either be heal more or heal faster. Either one would be good. Which is the other reason I'm grabbing it before we go to town. Because otherwise, it probably wouldn't be that helpful to us. Speaking of not that helpful to us, I have a real doubt that the architect's gonna actually be that helpful since he stamped everything we had been putting up in the town already anyway, so it's not like he's got anything crazy to do for us. Are you still looking for some of my missing blueprints? Let me think. Oh, I remember. The upgrade to Boyd's tracking center is sold by some, but only offered if his shop is fully realized. Don't ask me how I know. Ah, he's your hint system for where the other blueprints are, which we do have the upgrade for Salmon on my shop, which was the other reason why I wanted to come back. And come back with money. So we'll get an upgrade for Boyd's, which... if we really want to, we probably could then go and activate every area as a fast travel spot. Ah, my favorite customer. Please browse to your heart's content. Or stay for tea if you prefer. Reduces incoming damage, but you lose the ability to perform recovery. Nope. Give me that. Give me that. And that'll do for the moment. Overtime heal plus. I'm going to assume that just means it heals better, not heals more total value. But it does only cost us 100 to do the first upgrade, so we'll go ahead and do that at least. Let me check to see if I've got a chip upgrade to do. Because we do have the rapid fire gun that still needs to be upgraded, unless I want to replace it. Which, if I'm going to replace a chip, now would be the time to do it. Because I could upgrade one fully. But I think out of my options, that is still my best choice for me personally. It's either that or go back to the Executioner. But the volleys from that have pulled us out of some rough spots before, so I think it's still worth its while. And having it do more damage should be sufficient to tip it to be more useful. I also can't help but notice that that upgrade was not enough to get us the blueprint for the tracking center. Not that I particularly care, if I'm honest. Because again, that's another thing that factors towards 100% completion, which is not something I'm worried about right now. Oh yeah, I need to stay on the pedestal to do what I'm trying to do. I wanted to go over here, remove that, and put on the auto modulator. We'll see how well this works out. If it doesn't do what I want it to do, I'm going to throw it out and probably replace it with either the extra max energy or bring back the money maker, something like that. Oh, the vital disc isn't just an automatic thing. I didn't notice that till now. That's a problem. It's a really big problem. Now I have a choice to make, basically, then, is do I want faster replenishment, or do I want to have more capacity? And the reason why I say it's a choice between those two is because if I give up defense, I then need to heal more, which basically makes that an even trade, probably, at best. But since it takes time to heal, it would be a trade down almost certainly. But what I think it's going to boil down to is we'll see how the overtime heal works. If it doesn't work up to my standard, I will replace it with the vital disc. Is more or less the heal over time is meant to replace a use of the healing scan anyway. So if it doesn't work, it basically just means we have the extra heal instead. But the idea is, like in a boss fight or such, if I don't swap back to Monster Fang, we'll have the ability to regenerate a little bit for those times when I'm not able to cast as my healing ability, since some enemies are aggressive enough that it's very hard to get a heal off. I feel like that's logical. We still can't rise on those air currents. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or if there's a form here that I still need or what with that one. Is the only new form we've encountered is the bird gunners. And as we've already established, they don't fly. I wanted the money. I failed to get the money anyway, but I wanted the money. I could probably try using the drone form and see if that allows us to ride these, perhaps? Nope, that is most definitely not working, but it is enough to get us across these areas. There's always more than one way to get things done. I do appreciate that the turret wasn't shooting just at us. It did shoot at one of the monsters too, even though it doesn't do damage to them. Oh, I can't triple jump out of the air with that. Okay. Noted. Okay, I have an idea. Damn it. That almost worked. I don't think this is how I'm supposed to be doing this, but this is how I'm probably going to do this. It's important that I don't fuck up the combination. Might be better if I do it from up here. Get a little bit bonus height. Ah! Where the hell did it... Okay, put me there. That's fine. The problem is I lost momentum when I swapped, and that's what was making this harder than it needed to be. I don't even know if I'm supposed to do that, like I said. There's another one of these doors. I don't know how to open those doors. But you happen to be a solution to problematic doors, sir. I'm assuming he's meant to break these, yeah. So he probably doesn't open the other doors. He's also got a bomb launcher, which I'm probably gonna need to use at some point. And yeah, doesn't break those. Okay. I do appreciate the big stompy robot with what is basically pillars for arms. Rock'em sock'em robots. There's an upper section. There's definitely an upper section. Well, piss. This didn't work according to plan. Doing all kinds of unintended things, now that I have the ability to do so. Okay, so that answers a couple questions for me. I can chain those, but it doesn't stay. You know, it doesn't recharge when you're not in that form. So you can't break it completely. Which is not a surprise. They wouldn't want you doing that because it would completely make irrelevant most of their platforming expectations. I see. Boop. Kaboom. Yeah, I figured I was gonna need to use those walking bombs at some point. That's a very awkward place for that turret to be. It's providing very good coverage for that sniper. Ow. Like, don't get me wrong, it's the perfect place for it to be, but I don't have to be happy about it. Hey, look, see, I'm friendly. You totally didn't just see me consume your friend or anything. No, I'm friendly. Everything's fine. See, the door understands I'm a friend. You like the door. Climber seems like exactly the kind of guy I want to be. Oh, it's got a grappling hook. Okay. Oh, these send you in the direction that's labeled on them. That's why we saw those red things before. I can also do harm with this. Okay. Thankfully, they don't seem to understand angles with theirs, so... Can I, like, attach to a wall? No. Okay. What's the point to here? There's gotta be a point, right? Well, then. Might have just been a way to dodge your counterpart. Whee! Oh god, that threw way harder than I thought it would. Well. Lesson learned. I kind of dig the grappling, though. I'm glad to see that they're still able to implement new mechanics here at the end. You're not actually stuck just rehashing everything you've used up to this point. There's more to it than that. I had no choices on that one. Once I'd left the ground, I was hooped. Come on. Yeah, that was a great spot to spawn me, game, thanks. Oh joy, a piece of Laurentium. That was clearly worth most of my health bar. That regen's not terrible, it's not great. Wasn't really what I was hoping for. The rate we take damage, I'm probably gonna trade back to the extra healing charge rather than the regen. Maybe with the third upgrade it might be meaningful enough, but I have my doubts. This gun is just a hard counter to those mechs, apparently, because it has enough knockback to push something that big around. Old exosuits repurposed as machines of war to keep the regiment's peace. Equipped with electromagnets, they strategically place heavy metal boxes to block the rebellion's advance in Dustboro. Armed with electromagnets, though. That makes me wonder if I'm supposed to do something with that information. I see. Hang on, I need the mech back. Because we need to send a bomb up there before we run off in climber form. I'm glad I skipped that bit, because that sniper would have been an issue. He's still an issue, admittedly. Come here, you. There we go, Drake Dust Sharpshooter. The only military power still active on Ilios, the Drake Dust Regiment uses its might to hoard resources and exert control over Dustboro. The higher your rank, the better your life. We need the bird thing back. The one that could go through Ferox intact. I should go get the climber back, though. Because we're gonna need him for this bit. I will say, because of the form swapping, there is some scary potential for movement tech in this game. Like, I think a speedrun of this would be fascinating in its ridiculous complexity. Don't you love timing things you can't see? I know I do. I also don't know what they expect me to do here. Because there's nothing to grab up there. I almost feel like they expect me to form swap again. But I feel like it's because the fans aren't doing, you know, I'm not being moved by the air currents, and that's what's going wrong here. I have to assume I was supposed to have gotten past that red door over there to get the ability or something. Or I missed the ability capsule over here, somewhere around here, because they said to go left and up. I think we all know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, no. I see something I can do there, but I don't know if I like this plan. I say as I go forth and do it anyway. Just bypassing the mechanic entirely. What are you doing here? What happened to the soldiers posted below in District 1? Useless fools, the lot of them. Do you know who I am? I'm the leader of the Drake Dust Regiment, the mighty and benevolent major who will unify Dustboro. Those rebels need to be crushed. They need to learn a lesson that will spell death for them and theirs. A blue freak like you doesn't stand a chance against the likes of my grandeur, my magnificence, my... Edda says hi. Ah, you shot me. It's almost like standing there with your gun lowered invited somebody to shoot you. Edda, you shot me. Oh, shut up, you big baby. You'll live. Now hand over the keys to the artillery cannon, now. Thanks. You simpletons got me this time, but it won't be so easy next time. Sure thing, honey. Bye. Well, we got the cannon now, which I assume will blow down those doors that were upsetting me. Major sure likes the sound of his own voice. Born in a position of power, raised in a position of power, no wonder he ended up so self-centered. And he has the gall to justify his actions behind unifying Dustboro. Yeah, right. Sounds like she really needed to poke a hole through this major dude. I can relate. Alright, we now have control of the cannon. Great. That's the first step in reclaiming the city. I used to work undercover as an engineer for the Drake Dust Regiment and commissioned their workforce to build some parts. I never suspected it was to upgrade this very cannon, but I was exposed as a rebel before I could act. Upgrade how? It seems pretty powerful as it is. Yeah, this thing packs a punch, and I could shoot down the doors to the other districts with it. But with the upgrades, power will go from a punch to a super rocket punch, for lack of a better word. And he is sold immediately. That speaks to me on so many levels. I absolutely need to see that kind of punch. Okay, how do we upgrade it then? There's 3 pieces. Knowing Major and how predictable he is, they'll will surely all be held in different districts. That means a piece in District 2, another in 3, and the last in 4. District 3, 2, 3, and 4, 1 part in each. Almost sounds too simple. That's because it is. Major fancies himself a mastermind, but he's really just a boy playing war. Yeah, that really just checks out, honestly. Alright, though, we made it through that bit in a way that is most likely not how they intended me to do that. You know, as I do. This is when I find out that the ability capsule doesn't even pertain to those fans, and the fans are just borked or something stupid to that effect. And I just don't know what to do with myself at that point. Ow. Of course he's here too. Somewhere. Oh wow, that's just all spiky death, huh? Quit getting stuck in random crap, please. Oh, that's not an exit, huh? You know, I should have looked at the map. That one's on me. God damn it. Once again, having to time things, I can only see part of the time. Because that's great design. That said, since we can blow down the doors to the other districts, we really should get to work on blowing down those doors. Convenient. All without blowing my face off. Look at you actually figuring out how to punch upwards this time. That's adorable. Okay, there is nothing up there. Clank, 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 bang. Uh-huh. It was out in the open. Of course that one was a trap. There was nothing in the world that would have convinced me otherwise. Now, show your face one more time, stupid. Get dunked on, nerd. Just explode in blood fountains once more. Elevator. Okay. That doesn't solve my need to gain access over here. Okay, so there's a missing part above me, and the other two missing parts are over there. Have we touched any other checkpoints in here? No, we haven't. This whole area has, like, no checkpoints in it. Yikes. Good news about that, though. Shortcut. I feel like prioritizing busting down that door on the left in case that my logic is correct makes sense. Why is the music gone? Just in case what we seek is up here, though, I'm going to do a bit of cheeky flying. Why didn't you grab? Come on. I clearly connected with that ledge. So why did it not work? I'll tell you why. Because the game didn't want that. And if the game doesn't want that, then it doesn't happen. But I don't have to be happy about it. Okay, I need to have climbed up as the ghost in order to get my multi-jump as well. I swear, the things I do to bypass problems. All of this to get to a cat, huh? Well, that's fine. Solomon, he's the Prince of the Shadows, the Angel of Darkness, the Lord of Chaos. Well, at least in his mind he is. Again, still not hearing anything that isn't just a cat. And that's speaking as someone who likes cats. That didn't make this room go to gold border either, so there's something else in this room. This is how we got to the architect, but there might be something else around here that I didn't notice. Yep, there it is. I had a suspicion. I should have followed it up before. Oh well. Yep, there's what I needed to get up there. Figured. Aerial intelligence wings. Hold X while in midair to float slowly downward or fly up in the wind machines. To be fair, I feel like my method was more fun, even though this is definitely the much more sensible option for how to get up there. come on now. Fine, I'll go back the other way because it wants to be a pain about that suddenly. I believe I can fly. And it works because I actually have wings. What do you know? What, did you think I was some kind of crazy person? We might as well snag this while we're here. Okay, so the shop does count towards the golden border. That's the reason why I bought that. In actuality, was to test whether that worked or not. Now that we have the ability to interact with those air vents, we can travel basically freely around in here. I'm in some ways actually surprised that it wasn't a new form that got us flight, rather than us straight up having wings. Okay, so grapple is a way to get up there. So there's probably a grapple guy around here somewhere. Yep, there he is. Let me deal with your friend first, though, because he's a nuisance. Bet he thought he was going to win that fight. I also forgot to swap off the thingy. The thing with the things. I don't know where you got that shield from, but it wasn't good enough to save you. I'm also not sure why your corpse flew all the way over here, but I'm kind of offended that it did. There we go, Drake Dust Climber. Their grappling gun is known to leave a clean hole through their victim's chest. Rebels steer clear of walls with elevated windows, since the Drake Dust raid is quick, deadly, and efficient. Okay, you can grapple to things that are off screen, but you can't attack things that are off screen. Interesting. I also can't use those air currents without being in base form. That's what I was checking by doing that. This close artillery support is honestly very impressive. You will never defeat me at grapple combat. Weird. I thought I heard my phone vibrate, but then I look and there's nothing, so I'm confused. Wouldn't be the first time where I've heard that in my head and then the phone popped a notification afterwards, though. Which is always a very weird experience. Unsure if foresight or losing mind. Could be either, could be both. Ow. Why? Why? Targeting. For the record, I was pressing straight up when he kept attacking things nearby instead of grappling to the thing I needed him to grapple to before it ran out of height. Hence the desperate mashing involved in that situation. Makes it really wonder how people got around in here before this whole thing happened, because I'm sure some of the traps and such were added after the fact. But this place still seems like a nightmare to navigate, just because of all the walls everywhere and things like that. Like, this was a very inconveniently laid out area to begin with. That just got made worse by civil strife. The little noise that the Mimic one makes is amusing. I never really noticed it till now. At least that I can remember. I might have commented on it in a previous session and forgot about it. Yeah, we know what to do here. No. Unsure if intended path or shenanigans, but, well, we're doing it anyway. More raw materials. I guess this leads to the upper door? Huh. Or not? Question mark? You what, mate? Huh. This entire rooftop section is a red herring? I guess? Huh. This feels too well defended to just be a complete red herring. For fuck's sake, I wish I could see just slightly further without having to hold the stick down, because it doesn't stay when you try to move very well. So I keep ending up having to more or less do blind jumps or wrestle with a weird claw grip in order to be able to have the stick pulled down at the same time. Is this area covered? It wasn't. Okay. Shortcut. Like, my gripes today are mostly minor things, but they are things that would be fairly straightforward to address. Of course, you happen to spawn just quick enough to hit me just in time for the heal not to finish, of course. These arenas 9 times out of 10 just give money as well, so I feel like some of them may be unnecessary. Like this one obviously leads to one of the necessary parts, so this one makes sense. But there have been a few just scattered about in your way, and the only thing I can think of is that they must be intended purely to burn your resources. Which, that in and of itself does make sense. I don't have to like or agree with that, but that at least does have a logic to it. I guess I didn't get my dash back at any point. Oh, that's right, because I never did touch the ground, huh? You know, that makes sense. The pathing around in here is getting kind of wacky. Because so many of these are just huge open rooms, so it's hard to tell where they want you going. Aside from just chasing wind currents the entire time. Which is obviously on one level probably exactly what they intended. I need to stay in there so I can get rid of this situation we've got going on up here. This needs to go, this goes on, and we have a little bit of room left over. We do have some upgrading left to do, so I guess we'll take the extractor implant back as well. I wonder if we can upgrade the thing to have a second charge added, so we have 4 charges. Maybe. We need 3 parts to upgrade the cannon. Yep, we know that already. You gonna blow up this door, or is this the door we need the upgrades for? This is the door we need the upgrades for. Okay. Nothing to indicate that that's a different door than the other ones, really, at all, aside from her standing there. Now, having touched that save point, though, we can warp back fairly easily. Damn it. I have to go get a body from down the elevator and bring it up with me. Give me this. Up, please. Open the door. It's one of yours. I mean, one of ours, rather. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Everything is fine. I am not evil. I don't know where these guys are getting these random shields from. Because none of the enemies involved so far have had a shield move. I should know because we have all of them. So I'm kind of confused where the shield ability is coming from. And if it was some just Drake Dust thing in general, you'd think we'd be able to acquire that ability by becoming one of them. Oh, I need the mech back. I need to bomb my way up there. Kaboom. God damn it. Having an X button move made my brain go, oh, you have double jump now, which we obviously don't have outside of ghost form. The stick drifted a little bit. Game, please. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Hello, cat. Tripod shot. This Gargado has an unhealthy obsession for old wooden siege engines. You can often see it wearing an odd hat with big goggles. I like that cat. God, that is a tight fit game. Come on. I can't help but feel that some of these spike block sections are getting a little out of hand. Like, I didn't really comment on it heavier when we were doing the bit that was very clearly not intended. That one you have to do, though, so I'm gonna call that one out. But this is also probably the last real area, so I get that it needs to be sufficiently challenging. But I feel like there needs to be a reminder that things can be challenging without being excessive. And this is kind of dancing into excessive. And that's coming from somebody who's usually got a pretty good handle on platforming and dodging things like this. The problem is that a lot of your models are pretty big, so you either have to stay in base form and lose some of your mobility options, or you have to deal with a hitbox that's really unfortunate for squeezing through things like that. Which those two options are fine as well, but there's a little bit of imprecision around the spikes on those blocks, and that's where it starts to become problematic. Yeah, because it's the same thing I've discussed before of imprecise anything while asking you to be precise leads to a lot of bad game feel. And in this game, everything else feels really good. But when you can't reliably pass near the obstacles you need to pass near, it just becomes frustrating. There we go, that's another cannon part. We just need one more cannon piece and that's done. I will say, getting through here and grabbing the cannon parts, not taking as long as I expected, considering we swept two of them like immediately. The longest part was getting up to the cannon the way they didn't want me to. Would it really save any time to teleport? Not really. It would be as much a spite move as anything else, and I don't feel that spiteful. Like, at that point, it trends toward childish and pointless. Speaking of pointless, really thought that led somewhere for some reason. Oh yeah, it's probably the fact that the map gets really inaccurate at times. Like, all you see is just a giant chunk of stuff over there. The minimap is basically useless in that area for determining where you can and can't go. That's another one of those small gripes. I wouldn't really say it impedes gameplay heavily, but it can definitely cause some unnecessary damage because you think you can go somewhere, but you can't. And your only tool for determining one way or the other is, as mentioned with the avoiding some of these spikes being finicky, it is an imprecise tool. Is like, I wouldn't blame the game for what just happened there. That was 110% my own fault. Not even a question mark there. I guess they intend for me to go all the way around in order to get up to that other door. Which, that's another thing that happens with these big rooms, is it can be hard to tell how you're meant to get to a door. Is the door's just kind of in this mass somewhere. We already went in here before. Interesting how the mimic box respawned. I guess we just didn't finish going this way because I turned around for something else. There's where we need to be, just right under us, but we're gonna have to go all the way around our own ass to get to our elbow here. didn't process there were spikes there. That one's 100% on me. Defense district, huh? Okay. Some great defense you got here, as you all get immediately mauled. Yeah, there's the random shield again. It must be the jellyfish-looking things, because they've been there every time I've seen those shields come up. Ah, there's two of them. There we go. This will prove the point if nobody gets a shield now. You would really think he would have moved to a different hatch when I was just standing there waiting to punch him in the face. There we go, that's all the cannon parts. Now I'm going to make use of the return to save feature. If it puts me at the other one, I'll be mildly upset. There we go. Redundantly save just to make sure. Whee. There we go. You were able to find all 3 parts to upgrade the cannon? Great. District 5 is the last step on our path to retaking Dustboro. Quick question before facing Major. Why did you let him live? Ha, remember the cannon? He handed me the keys instead of throwing them in the clouds. Makes more mistakes alive than dead. Alright, time to blow up this ugly door. And for us to finally reach that control beacon. I think deep down she also likes him. Nature must be quaking his boots atop District 5. Let's pay him a visit. Knock, knock. We kicked down your door. Ah, your door is up here. Okay. I knew it was at the top of the room, but I wasn't expecting to just have to randomly dash upward in an open space. You could kind of see the ledges above you a little, but I don't think that was really made very clear. It's a continuing case of this entire area is way too open, which is not entirely a bad thing. But it lends itself to a lack of clarity in pathing that this game, I don't feel had too much of up until now. And again, not to say that that's 100%, oh god, they need to fix that, this is an awful thing. It isn't. But it's a departure from the rest of the game, which is the only thing that really makes it a noticeable thing. But actually, no, I can't even say it's a departure from the rest of the game. Is this issue was present somewhat throughout the entire game, it just became more here. It's a similar theming in some ways, yeah. There's a cat somewhere. Ow. And alive. I don't think BioShock ever had this many spikes all over the damn place, though. Oh, yeah. The mech suits, yeah. A young and adventurous Scargato always stands in the highest place to observe the area with his sharp eyes, despite his fragile health. There isn't area up there, though. This is only like halfway up the building, so maybe I need to go back outside to go higher? I'm gonna try to go outside and go higher. Because going back that way is gonna be a nuisance. Oh, I need the grapple guy back, though. Wherever the hell his corpse ended up. Like this. Really? Because, you know, clearly I intended to fly off of there. Yes, that clearly makes the most sense, video game. Yeah, this thing is, I assume, what you mean, Zeno. As I just bully my counterpart. Because remember, if they can never get in range, they can't hurt you. I'm in, I'm one of you. Good thing I kept the mech. I figured it'd be a monster. That's why I didn't want to hit it. But they put it specifically somewhere where you'd invariably end up hitting it. Get the upgrade for him. Peekaboo. You're bad at this game. Hee. Okay, I need the mech suit to break through that way, but I can also go around. I would need the mech suit to get in there. Let's see if we can find... Oh, there we go. We found some mech suits, as it turns out. Missed me. Oh. Okay. Break that one down. Now's the time for gratuitous firepower. Okay. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to use a bomb to get up there, but you know what? I did it my way again. Oh, that's upsetting. Time to do things my way again, huh? You know, I think that's doable, but let's, you know, actually go do that properly, because boy, that's a lot to try to do it my way. It would have been really impressive if it worked, though. And this is why I think I might have been better off doing it my way, because this grapple, when you get too close, is very unreliable, and it throws you so fast that you kind of end up close by default if you're touching the controls like at all. Because that's the key to that, is you actually have to let go of the stick entirely and trust the process, which we all know I'm not good at. I really hate all these times where you basically are set up for failure. Getting up, like, through that air current there, for example. I'm glad they at least put some ground around here. But I feel like they could have extended the graphic for these airstreams just a little higher to represent where they actually put you, instead of... Oh yeah, you'll just end up, like, a full model higher than the airstream. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay, good, there is a save point. I was gonna say, if they chose not to put a checkpoint before this boss fight, I was gonna be very unhappy. Go ahead and put a fast travel here just in case. I am gonna pop back onto that. Oh no, Xeno. I hope you've at least... Oh, I was gonna say, I hope you had at least manually saved a couple times. Based on that, I now have a concern that you might not have. We do actually have a bunch of money, so I'm actually gonna make use of the fact that we've made this a fast travel point and go upgrade everything we can. If there's anything left to upgrade, I'm gonna upgrade it. Because I'm assuming this isn't the final boss, but I assume he's gonna be a decent fight. So being prepared is a good idea. Considering we went into many of these boss fights half-cocked and got away with it. And they're playing the Major up like he's gonna not be a threat at all. But I can't help but feel that that's a lie. And that he's actually going to be legitimately dangerous. Not even from his own capabilities, but because he's gonna, like, have a super mech suit or something. Okay, the container upgrade cannot be upgraded. That answers that question, then. Raise our max health thing. Upgrade that. I could be cheeky and bring the damage reflection. Just max that out and bring that. Since that's the same amount of space as the... words. It's the same amount of space as the moneymaker. That's what my brain was failing to parse. Why I was having so much trouble getting that sentence to come together, I have no answers. But brain just, like, blue screened for a moment on that one completely. Thank you for the resub, Pazzy. How you doing today, buddy? I feel that, Pazzy, and thank God, Xeno, you didn't end up having to redo all of that art progress. So far, so good. Game's rolling along fine, and I'm not tired yet, so we should be able to clinch finishing this. Oh, you're gonna make me have to get the mech suit. Which is fine, because I wanted it anyway. But that tells me I'm probably gonna need it for the boss fight, and I don't know how to feel about that information. also a case of my instincts are telling me I may want all 3 of them from this area. Yeah, I've mostly been off doing one thing or another, keeping an eye on what y'all are doing, but not speaking up too much because not a lot to say. You again? How did you? Never mind. You made a terrible mistake coming here alone. I'll show you the might of the Drake Dust Regiment's finest strategist. My men spotted Etta further down District 5. She won't be shooting me by surprise this time. Everything went according to plan. I let you take over the other districts so we could have this fateful duel. Tell me your name before I overpower you with my supreme intellect. Harlow, can we just start the Now, Harlow, prepare to meet your reckoning. Prepare to die the most gruesome of deaths. Well, so, I think he beat me to the whole dying a gruesome death thing, huh? I had a feeling they were gonna pull some left field thing out on me, which is why I made sure to prepare before doing this fight. Man alive, that thing hits hard. Whoa! I mean, an attempt certainly was made. Not a very good one, but an attempt certainly was made. Okay, that's a homing attack. I gotta watch out a little bit better for. Here comes Tetris again. These are actually somewhat helpful, though. Especially in a situation like this where it ends up stuck in a place where I can just pummel it. But its contact damage is brutal. Nope. Wow, this is kind of nasty. You know, I had a gut feeling that they were gonna hit me with something bad, but yikes. And I have a defense booster max upgraded on, so it would ordinarily be doing more than 70 damage per hit with that. The only good news is it's relatively fragile, it seems, on the scale of the bosses we've fought in this game. And when he goes to drop some more blocks, we do have a bit of time to heal. If I'm not in the cone when the attack fires off, it doesn't target me. Clean some of these out. Not as many as I'd wanted. Well, I should say I broke more than I intended to there. Because I wanted to keep some cover. Okay. Yep, that's fine, that's fine. Head. Okay, there goes that plan. Oh, there's an invisible ceiling there. Okay, that explains that. Oh, he's doing different things now. Okay, right, half health. That makes sense. Okay, those aren't so bad. You know, when my gun doesn't fire the wrong way and screw me. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they thought this fight out entirely. And no, That's not the Major. That's an entire other creature that dropped a box on his head and murdered him, and now we have to fight it instead for some reason. Of course you dropped 2 there. Of course you did. Did it every time. You'd think I would have remembered at this point. Like, I really just hate that move in particular. The rest of this isn't too terrible. That move is just a nightmare. Now I'm just catching boxes like an idiot. If we lose again, I think I have a mutation set that'll work for this. Because I've had some thoughts and I have some ideas. Specifically something for phase 2. Because as you can see, that attack's actually pretty easy to avoid. You can trick him into just keeping into a loop. Well, that's inconvenient that you just went and blew up all those boxes, but that's because we're at phase 2. Wrong way to dodge on that one. It's a very good game, and it's not super expensive either. I think at top price it's like 20, but it's mostly been on some small sale or another. That's undodgeable, isn't it? Get gunned down, you monster. I may or may not have reflexively dodged there as the screen went white, just in case that was a final fuck you move. Okay. Oh, yay, 10 more health. Yeesh. But it's dead. It's dead, and it's going to stay dead. And now we can open the last control module. That was definitely, I would say, the hardest fight in the game thus far, though. If for nothing else, but because it kills you in a good, like, 2 hits. And we watch what happened when the Sentinels were set loose. Everyone gets vaporized. The village wiped out in an instant. It's no wonder they wanted to destroy the core so badly. The only survivors, as far as we know. Another trip into the past. They found us. The Sentinels found us. Why are they attacking? What did we ever do to deserve this? They're killing us. The Sentinels are killing us. Calm down, Arlo. We need to stay calm. Stay calm and think of a way out, a way to help. We're lucky. The Sentinels haven't reached us yet. We can go around them while they continue to rampage towards the city. We should fight them. Push them back. We already tried fighting them. They're virtually indestructible. Punching them won't do much good. No, they're machines. Machines acting on orders. We need to cut the source of those orders, the core. If the Sentinels stop receiving orders, they'll go in standby. That should give everyone some time to breathe and find a place to hide. If there's anybody left. How do we even get to the core? We sent a group of spies to scout the core a while back. They managed to get inside. They were not seen, so as long as the control beacons are active, the way to the core will stay open. We have a way to get in, but what's inside? How do we stop the orders from reaching the Sentinels? The core is not just a building to process Ferox into refined Ferox. The spies saw something at the core's center, something that doesn't belong on Ilios, some kind of entity. This entity is clearly giving orders to the Sentinel. Nothing else is inside the core. We have a location, we have a target. Let's do this for the people of NSC, for our lost homes, for our dead friends and family. Are you with me, Harlow? Yes, I will go with you and confront this entity. Judging from how this game starts, I don't think that confrontation went well. And we're about to have history repeat itself, I think. Us? That was the lost control beacon. Let's go to the core. I can't help but feel that we're playing into their hands by activating all of these. It's just everything that tells me any kind of bad things happening is just screaming at me every time I'm activating those things. Just seems like bad news all around. But it's time. Take a boat ride. Go back to the core. Actually, wait, no. The core isn't at the boat. It's over here. We need to take the gondola over here. The boat ride is just to go back to the side we were on before. How we had busted out of there in the beginning of the game. I don't think I've got anything really to do. You okay there, Zeno? I'm trying to understand what you're talking about. You're not stupid, though, but I am slightly confused. Been a while since we've been here. I also went the same way I keep going every time I'm in this room. Oh, yeah. Nah, that was part of the machine. Everything attached to us is liquid anyway, so that's why we were able to just go down the drain, basically. It's also why we're able to change form so easily, because we basically just reform ourselves to match what we picked up. Take a little gondola ride, and here we are at the core. Should be accessible now. More or less, yeah, see? Ironically enough, we're made of the same stuff that's making most of the monsters in this world to begin with. Same stuff that was powering most of the technology before everything went sideways as well. It's a hell of a thing, really, when you think about it. I feel like I should probably grab some different forms. is the more we scan in enemies, we gain the ability to just choose a set of 3 that we can become at any time we so choose. And I really should be making more use of that information. I'm going to keep the gunner because the gunner was quite helpful. Let's bring the ghost because the ghost is a good way to dodge problems, and we'll bring the robot as well for a similar reason. And we still didn't even pick up 5 of the chips that are in the game. I think we saw 1 in a shop that I didn't buy. But the rest of them are probably behind those barriers I was talking about before that we still never figured out a way to open. Oh boy, this seems less than ideal. We're gonna interface with this and bad things are gonna happen. Calling it now. Yeah, you can't pull your arms back out now. Yep. Well, that's concerning. And that's where our arms went. We gained the gauntlets and lost our arms. Harlow, are you alright? My head feels fuzzy. Don't panic. I'm more concerned about your arms. They've been replaced with some kind of Ferox prosthetics. Understandable, Xeno. Sometimes things just fall back out from under you. I've been there a few times. Huh, you're right. What the heck are those? No idea, but we should get out of here. We'll take care of your arms once we're safe. Wait, I don't know why, but whatever I did stopped the Ferox refinement process, and it also stopped sending orders to the Sentinels. We did it, Cleo. Oh my. That's great news, Harlow. We succeeded. I heard a low rumble in the distance. Can you stand? Pretty sure we triggered the security. Go ahead, I'll watch your back. And this is how we end up where we were, in those stasis pods. Yep, there it is. Cleo! Damn it, they're not moving. Can't linger here. I'll come back for you, I swear. You have a good night, Xeno. And there's our stasis pod. We've come full circle now. Uh-huh. Annie and Zeki, those damn traitors. They used me. They never wanted to rescue Cleo. Notice our hands have changed. I could just... never mind. Let's get Cleo out of stasis and leave this cursed place. I can't let you do that, Harlow. Please, join me. We have some unresolved issues to address. I knew this was a trap. Too many of the reactions of the hands seemed inconsistent and incongruous, so something was off the whole time, especially with the intelligent one, because they knew too many things that made no sense for them to know based on what we had encountered thus far. Greetings, Harlow. I am the one your people call the Entity. Hey, Harlow. Annie, Zeki, I trusted you guys. It was fun while it lasted, but now we're back where we belong. Why did you order the Sentinels to attack my people? You are born from refined Ferox, an anomaly. You have free will and even developed your own technology without the use of Ferox. With the powers your species held, you had the tools and the potential to overthrow me. I judged it best to launch an attack before your people grew too powerful. We never asked to be born. We only ever built weapons to defend ourselves from you. What you did was a genocide. A necessary evil. I will review the Ferox refinement process to make sure nothing emerges from it. I will not make the same mistake twice. We agreed to let you live. You may walk away with your life, but only if you agree to never interfere with the Ferox refinement process. What about Cleo? We were not able to convince it to let Cleo free. The one you call Cleo is proven to be too hostile. Threats must be eliminated. Will not let you harm Cleo. You have to go through me first. Suit yourself, then you will share the same fate. True final boss time, I would presume. Well, if we thought the other one was bad, I think we found a fight that's a bit worse. Okay, the entire thing is targetable. Understood. Ah, the stasis agent also pulls you in. Understood. Bust that. And he's constantly respawning those. Fair enough. It's gonna be a slow fight, I think, on my side of things at least. And we're dead. Okay. Learned a couple things. I think I know what I need to do. At least to get past this phase. We'll see how whatever his second phase is goes. Will that happen again? Every now and then I just can't see where I am anymore, and that becomes a problem. No, I gotta remember not to use that attack when these shots are active. At least not too much. Was able to use its pull to help me there a little bit. Yeah, every time we're near him, he does the big scream move. So we can't go too close for too long. There. I'm glad the other stasis agent doesn't try to close in to help over here or anything. Severed some of the cables. I don't know what that means yet, but I feel like that upset them. Okay, that's an undodgeable attack. Got it. I can't dash through that. But he's much more attackable in this phase. Oh, God. Scream's coming out. Gotta get out of the way. Decent amount of time to gain healing back. Out. Got greedy. This is why I grabbed some mobility forms for this. Because I had a feeling, based on the way the game was turning, that there was going to be a bullet hell fight involved here. At least somewhat. Severed another cable. Screaming again, I think. Yep. Oh, is that all they can do now? Gotcha. That's why I brought a long-range form with me. I feel like it's not over. Wait, we have the arms back. Arlo, you're safe. Whoa, what the heck's that? That's the entity. It looks weakened. What are we waiting for? We should kill it now. Wait. It murdered our entire people. Kill it now. Think of the people of Ilios. Since when do you care about the people of Ilios? You just wanted Ferox. Ilios and I have always worked together. With your help, Arlo, we could rebuild the cities. Think of Blightmoor's citizens. Don't they deserve a chance at a better life? Oh, you're gonna give me a choice, huh? I assume this is the choice where we let it live because it's pink, and the light bluish green is Cleo's choice to destroy it. I'm gonna assume if I go for Cleo's choice, I'm gonna have to fight it again. Like, there's gonna be like a phase 3 or something. And if I take the choice where I agree with it, the game just ends. You know what? You weren't that tough. Bring it on. We have a chance to discuss it, apparently, so let's discuss. It was free, and what we set it out to do is finally within reach. Maybe the people of Ilios can live without Ferox. They're resourceful. They've been doing just fine with it reduced and nearly destroyed anyway, so I'm sure it would be fine. People of Ilios deserve a better life. If I can help, I should. Leo definitely won't like that. Now, here's the thing. I don't trust the entity at all. The entity is absolutely not going to play it straight, no matter how you look at it. I don't entirely trust Cleo either, though. The problem with Cleo is Cleo's been leading us around by the nose the entire time, based on our past memories, and pushing us to do basically everything we did back then. And I'm not exactly a fan of that, but there was usually a decent reason behind a lot of that, specifically surviving and getting revenge for our people. So I'm more inclined to go along with that than with freaky pink monstrosity over my head here. Die. I've made up my mind. The entity must die. Thanks for Arlo. Those we lost will be avenged. Together? Together. I guess we don't have to fight it again. It just dies. Now, don't get me wrong. It's gonna be ugly for the people of Ilios for a while. You know, that doesn't look very dead. It should be in pieces, not just hanging there. On the bright side, shouldn't be any more Ferox monsters either. But that's game. You know, that moth fight was worse than the entity fight was. By far. Like, the entity fight was a pretty good fight. Well, here's the thing, Zeno. I don't think there's a good ending to this game. I'm pretty sure both of those endings are sadness, in one kind or another. I think that's the point they're trying to drive at. Good night, Zeno. This was a good game. I don't know if I'd play it again to see the other ending. If we still have a save from before we did the entity fight, I'll go ahead and do the fight again and see what the other ending looks like. But I don't think I'd play through the entire game again just to see what the other ending is. Is based on the way this has been written and the way a lot of this is played out. Even if we played ball with the entity and gave the world back their technology, it would end badly anyway. Because, one, the entity is clearly duplicitous, so it would never actually follow through on its promise entirely. There would be a catch somewhere, more than likely leading to our deaths, because we would remain a threat to it. So once it had control back, it would find a way to destroy us. And we have no basis of comparison for how things were before what events we were shown happened. Life could have been awful. And everybody was just happier then compared to the absolute shit show they have going on now. There's no guarantees of anything with any of that. And there's always the potential story they're trying to tell in that having better technologies doesn't lead to a better life that could potentially come out of that as well. Who knows? Without seeing the other ending, we really don't have anything to work with on that score. This is just the logic I was operating off of when I made the choice I made. And there's plenty of game left that I didn't touch on, so anybody who chooses to pick this game up has quite a lot of ground they could cover. There's 5 weapons I didn't even pick up. I didn't use most of them, aside from once to try them. This is also the 8th game for the year, if anybody else was keeping score out there. There you go. And the 3rd one this month alone, I think? I would have to check the spreadsheet again. But I think it's the 3rd one this month, because I want to say Double Dragon was this month, and then one other... Oh yeah, Samurai Western was this month. And now this. And it's looking like it's looping us back to the title screen. Yeah, it's going right back to title, which is expected. Let's see what our save file shows. The core. So yes, it looks like I'm gonna get to do that again, potentially? Let's see what this looks like when we load in. Maybe not. Ferox Hurricane. Unleash a barrage of Ferox projectiles all around you, piercing visible enemies. Interesting. Can I redo the fight? Yes, I can. Let's do it again and see if... Wait. Something's changed. The 2 hands are up there now. Were they there last time? I don't remember them being there. But I also was focused on the fight, so I may not have spotted them if they were there last time. I also now know that I can be a bit more aggressive in this fight than I thought I could be. So we can make this first phase go a bit quicker. I don't know if there's anything I can do to actually interact with our former comrades, though. Yeah, we are taking him apart this time. And I haven't even used gunner form yet, so we'll just do some good old sniping. And that's that again. Easy. Yeah, no, I definitely stand by that Duskmoth was a much tougher opponent than the Entity was. We just completely destroyed him that time. If I hadn't gotten greedy toward the end there, he wouldn't even have hit me. Skip ahead. Let's see what happens when we play ball. You're right. Thanks, I knew you would. Arlo is talking to me. The people of Ilios have suffered long enough because of the senseless war. Arlo, no! The Entity started this war! We did nothing wrong! Somebody needs to put an end to the cycle of hatred before it gets worse. Worse? How can it be worse? All our friends and family are dead. We won't let our efforts go to waste. I told you I'd do this alone if I had to. We'll avenge our people. Now I gotta fight Harlow, huh? I mean Cleo, yeah. Oh boy. Hits pretty hard. I had anticipated a fight no matter which side I went with. Apparently this is the only one that leads to a fight, which is interesting, to say the least. Really brutal fight, too. As one would expect from what's probably meant to be the proper final fight, I can't get a heal in at all. It's so damn aggressive. That dash is the most dangerous move they have. It's a pretty effective healing prevention move. It's dodgeable, but I can't dodge it and heal. Not with everything else Cleo is throwing at us all the time. Okay, phase 2. Goddamn contact damage. Not the direction I told you to dash in there, game. This game's problem in a nutshell most of the time is the contact damage is wild. On a fast-moving opponent like this, the contact damage is going to be worse than anything else he could do. Now, the question is, do it get put right into the Cleo fight? Or am I going to be able to go straight? Hang on, I'm hearing something. Let me check on this. I'll be right back. Okay, everything is fine. We can finish this up. Let's find out if we get dumped back in the Cleo fight or if I have to redo the entity fight. I have to redo the entity fight. Okay. Yeah, no, the contact damage in this game has always been higher than it should be. Which is why I've always been rocking a damage reflection when I can. This way, at least the contact damage works in my favor somewhat. Because even on the entity itself, we have contact damage. Though, I'd say on something as big as him, the damage we take makes a little bit more sense. Nope, I got greedy there, but it's okay. Accepted that. Oh, come on. I'm fucking it up now. Getting too ahead of myself. I'm gonna need to save my shot power for Cleo, I think. There we go. Easily done again. Based on how the Cleo fight is, though, if we don't win it this time, I'm probably going to leave that one up to everyone's imagination. I'm disinclined to sit there and keep dealing with that. And it leaves an ending for people to strive for as well. Okay, it restores our charges. So that's good, at least. If I could keep redoing the Cleo fight straight out, I would absolutely be down to get through this, but I just feel like it's a disrespect to my and everyone else's time to have to keep redoing the entity fight over and over again. Once again, does more damage by running into me than with all the crazy plasma shit he's throwing everywhere. Okay, out of power. Get rid of that. Nope, doesn't reach. Okay. I have a plan. Okay, those missiles don't do nearly enough. Nah. Okay, that did work the way I hoped it would. Nope. It is hard to find a chance to heal in this fight still. Aside from like baiting Cleo to do something like that and then dodging. We're nearly there though. Enough of your nonsense, Cleo. There we go. Done and done. Well done, Harlow. Unfortunately, the wounds from our previous encounter are too deep. I am dying. I figured it was going to be a twist like that. Either it was going to betray us or it was going to still die. You will have to take my place. Use your ability. Destroy me. Become me. Become you? I'd have to stay plugged into the Ferox network until I die? Yes, in order to save Ilios 1,000 years of darkness, it's the only way. Well, this is actually a better ending than I thought it was going to be, to a degree, unless we get taken over completely. Once you plug yourself into the network, you'll know everything. Please don't do this, Arlo. There must be another way. You're all I have left. Please. Sorry, Cleo. I've made up my mind. Live well and goodbye. So the lights stay on, and technically we're in control? The entity's still back there, though. So I don't know if this was entirely a positive. It's of course not a good ending for Cleo. But now I can say we've done both endings and we've seen the credits, so I'm gonna skip them this time. So this game is now complete aside from 100% map completion, which I have no compulsion really to push through to go get every single widget and object all over the map. 13 hours of gameplay, according to the in-game time. I feel like we played longer than that. But it's of course not counting deaths and things like that. Of course not so it's probably more on the order of like 16, I would say 16, 18 hours. Somewhere in there. This is like session 4 or 5, and most of them have been minimum 4-hour sessions. So it would have to have at least been 16 hours. Whew. As I said up and down throughout this, though, it's a good game. A little rough in places. Feel like they should rethink that whole letting the contact damage get out of hand thing that they did with it, but by now it's probably unfixable. Because if they take out the contact damage or reduce it significantly, it's going to end up destabilizing the entire difficulty of the game, and they'd have to raise the damage on some other things or add more patterns to accommodate it. And I don't think it would be worth changing that much. It's workable. I disagree with it being as strong as it is, but it's workable. So I think, on the whole, it's fine. Do I agree with it? Like I said, no. So the cliff notes of the entire thought is play the game. If you like this type of game, go play this game. It's a good one. Let's see. So since we swapped today and Monday around, Monday's going to be 2 Lurkit games. You'll find out what those are on Monday. Tuesday, in theory, should still be the final session of Sailblazers with Moth. We'll see how that ends up playing out. There may be other things that happen that make that get a little fiddly. Thursday may or may not be a collab with the Terraria group. We'll see how they end up feeling and if anybody comes up with any ideas before then. Friday, fingers crossed, we'll be enshrouded with Xeno again, but with the way we've both been having weird times towards the end of the week, we'll see how that ends up playing out as well. And Saturday is a question mark. It'll be something. It may very well be the 350 follower special that I'm working on, that if you check social media, either on Blue Sky or Twitter, you will find polls indicating that you should let me know what you want that special to be, because there's a few options there. Currently, when I last saw the polling results, it was currently going to be a randomizer with crowd control stacked on top, so that's going to be very interesting, to say the least. Yeah, that covers just about everything, and I'm still picking a raid target. Well, this is what happens when you are indecisive. You know what? It's probably only fair that we raid that one. Yeah. It's ironically enough a collab I would have been a part of if I had pushed for it, but I had chosen not to because I wanted to finish this up and I just wasn't really feeling it quite yet. So we'll be going to go raid Callista Dragon Soul, who you've probably seen in the chat a few times, because they've been very supportive thus far, and they're playing with some other good people that I've seen around. So be sure to support the whole lot, because they're all good people as far as I know. And we've already discussed schedule and everything, so I won't take up too much more of your time. Speaking of, thank you very much for your time and all of you sticking around to see this end. Until Monday, have a good one. Goodbye.